number 15.
That's where you're up there.
Okay, so welcome back to our meeting for today, and we will continue with item number 15.
Peter Maurer, Planning Department. We provided you some draft language that would hopefully address the concerns that were raised this morning. It's 2 pages. There's a provision on the back side in case you didn't see that. It also addresses the idea that if someone is living out of their RV, it's their only vehicle, and they're driving it to a place, that would also be acceptable. So do you have any questions regarding this?
I have only one question. When we did the local hazardous mitigation or local state of emergency, we re-upped it, every 14 days we do that.
Right.
What part of the property does that cover? Or is it being referred to?
It's the whole property.
So if you have 1,000 acres, it's all 1,000 acres?
In the health emergency, we don't go in to identify it's a structure area, outbuildings. A lot of these properties that staff have been to have the main residence, they have a garage, they may have outbuildings. We found some places, 1,000, 1,500 feet away where somebody had a shed with 15 cars. So you can't, to focus in that it was just the structure when some of these properties have multiple outbuildings. So it goes to the whole, when we're talking about the health emergency, it is the whole parcel.
What if they have 1,000 acres of pasture land?
With no structure,
Yeah.
then it's not in the local health emergency because nothing burned on that property besides natural vegetation. So when we declare the health emergency, it's looking at the properties that had burned structures, burned buildings on the property. Sometimes some of the outbuildings are worse than the structures depending on what materials were stored in that outbuilding. So the health emergency is based on the global scale and necessitating and facilitating assistance so we can get it cleaned up through the California Disaster Assistance Act. So.
Okay. Thank you. You want to read it? Or?
Sure. So we've modified section 1793-040B2, and it now reads, temporary replacement housing shall, absent a waiver of liability signed by the landowner, be located outside the footprint of any damaged structure and shall not be erected until the site is certified by the County Environmental Health Department or a state-managed debris removal program as being free of all public hazards and all toxic debris or residue caused by the disaster. The new language added is, if the temporary housing is erected prior to certification that it is free of all public hazards and toxic debris, the following provisions shall apply. A waiver of liability shall be signed by the landowner. B, the temporary replacement housing shall be located at a minimum of 150 feet from the footprint of any damaged structure and in a manner that does not impede the debris removal process. And C, the property owner shall implement mitigation measures adequate to prevent exposure of hazardous waste and safety risks to humans and animals. Also on the back side is under 5D, other method of sewage disposal approved by the County Environmental Health Department, sort of a catch-all. Anything else?
At least so that we know, so that this department knows.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome.
Any public comments on that?
Yeah, Al Segala. Good job, Peter. The minor thing, well, it could be a major thing. If you have an RV and you have a hose that goes to the existing septic system, it's likely that septic tank is 10 to 20 feet from the structure that burnt down. And to run the 150-foot requirement from being away from the existing structure may be a little bit too far away, because you'd have to run 150 feet of hose to be able to use the existing system. Now, in the case of water, it may not be a problem because a water hose can go quite a ways without having, any problem with that. So perhaps a better number might be 20 feet, provided it does not interfere with the removal of the debris. That might work better. Thank you.
It's far from me to try to complicate anybody's life. I got one little question again. You addressed the surface pollutant. But are you gonna, if there's any addressing the problem, if it gets below the surface, who's gonna take the responsibility or liability if any of that pollutant gets into any way in the water stream, which is gonna go downhill? Is that including on their potential or actual problems? I don't expect them to do everything, okay? That would be silly, okay? But yes, you're gonna take due diligence, take care of all the surface ground pollutant. I don't care if it's lead, aluminum, whatever you wanna call it. But is there gonna be any minimizing problems if it gets into the water system down the road? Now, we don't expect any water next week. Rain, maybe not for 2 weeks. Maybe it's not going to happen this year. But if there's surface pollutant, how is that possible to control? Because you're not going to find all the surface pollutant, 1,000 acres, how many acres you got, because of the wind and so on. But there is a potential of getting into the water system. Now, I don't know how hazmat, maybe they got some magic way to do it, but because of the geography of that area, and for some reason, water always go downward. It's ridiculous. We got to pump it up. But is there some way, are they already doing it, and they're just asking stupid question? But there is some surface pollutant. If that surface pollutant, if there's any rain, comes down, is that some way to neutralize those dust or whatever, that pollutant and poisonous? Is there any plans for it? Is there any thoughts about it? And I know I might be complicating the issue. Maybe it's a silly, stupid question because they already have it covered. You got the people in there, they happy. You're doing your best due diligence to take care of the surface pollutant. But as I asked a couple of weeks ago, what are you going to do about a potential or actual problem getting into the groundwater or a surface water that's going to be a couple of inches below that's not visible?
Jason Baitzer, Calaveras County Environmental Health, and that's a good question, Peter. That is something that we are addressing, is the surface water runoff, and knowing that we're not going to be able to get to all properties right away. So we're working with the contractor and the state to deploy stormwater mitigation measures around basically calling it ash containment. So when we do get storms coming in, we're containing that ash to that property. As far as those metals, lead going into the soil during cleanup, we'll be scraping the first couple inches of the soil and then taking confirmation samples at the end of the cleanup to confirm that we reach background levels. We call it, as I spoke a couple weeks ago, the 3-year-old status. So that's the cleanup goals where a 3-year-old child can play in the soil. So yes, we're looking at deploying so folks will probably be seeing, before the debris removal teams get out there, stormwater mitigation measures. So we have the ash containment, and then there will be over excavation of a couple inches of the surface soil to ensure we get lead, heavy metals, other potential toxins there, and asbestos, and that we get it cleaned up to a safe level.
Can I be rude and ask another question?
Sure.
Can you get the cooperation of CCWD or any other water agencies nearby? Is there some way that you give them something to measure, a litmus paper or something like that. That when they take water in for human consumption, that's my value
Yeah.
about the fish, but I'm caring about the human consumption.
That CCWD is here, and they've been in our meetings with, led by Public Works Director Jeff Krovitz regarding the overall stormwater management. And that is one of the things that they will be looking at is testing, more stringent
You have
tests.
to test it.
Analytical
Catch it
tests.
before it gets to-
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Jason?
All right, so I kind of let that go because I think it was important for people to hear that the county is actually working with the agencies to be able to mitigate for stormwater and stuff like that. But we're really on the ordinance right now, and that's what I'd like to move forward with, is the ordinance that we've been working on, okay? So that's item number 15.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve with changes.
I'm sorry, is there a motion on the table?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
We still have
Oh.
public comments.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Joe, I didn't
You didn't close it, please.
mean to jump the gun on you there.
Confusing here, you guys want to stick to the yellow stuff, but I'm on paragraph, Joe Kelly. Paragraph 1, the temporary replacement housing states recreational vehicle. The backside states temporary replacement housing shall be connected to an approved source of electricity meeting with one of the following criteria. A, permitted electrical service hookup. B, permitted solar panels. You forget something, those RVs, recreational vehicles, are usually self-contained and have generators. I think you're leaving that out, or even potentially a or a brought-on generator to provide themselves power. I think that should be added if you want to do it. My other concern is what was brought up, because we're now in, I think October 1st started the rainy season for this county, and anything that's done under construction permitting processes requires to be silt fenced and all this other stuff. Is that all going to be done? Because you're going to have equipment up there moving stuff around, and loose dirt, hard dirt, the whole bit. So are these things going to be put into place?
So that is, that's going to be probably brought to the board in a different agenda form. Right now, this is for the ordinance.
Well, but the time it takes for your agenda form to get processed, this thing, it could rain and start causing
And
problems.
they have teams working on that. And as soon as they bring something forward, then we'll have it.
All right, well, I'm just bringing it up for silt fence because it's.
Matter of fact,
silt-
they had a meeting last Friday on exactly the same thing. So
Silt fence and wattles. Just want to stay within the confines of the regional water quality.
thank you.
Thank you. But get concerned to this C generator recreational vehicle.
That'll probably be fine. Okay. Any other public comments? Okay.
I got one question, Mr. Chair, before, and it does pertain to this. Jason, in respect of the language that's being proposed to be changed here, when these cleanups are going on, is there any kind of prioritizing of what sites are being cleaned up? Like, in other words, if Supervisor Wright calls and said, I've got a resident that waiting to move into there. Well, no, I mean, I'm serious. If
Yeah.
He
So-
would know better than I.
Yeah.
Somebody's waiting to move in.
So, as we get, right now, there's two teams. We're looking at, first and foremost, in the concerns that have been brought up by Peter and Joe, is environmental sensitive receptors, the stormwater, getting into the creeks, getting into Hogan, our water system. So getting those properties cleaned up first. As we move, the county breaks up and we get more teams out there, it'll continue to look at, besides the environmental and public health factors, but also logistics, where we can maximize our resources in an area to get when we have trucks and the teams there and move forward that way. So right now, 2 teams, hopefully by 2 weeks, I'm very hopeful, we have up to 25 teams performing debris removal. But initially, it's picked out on the initial environmental sensitive areas. And then moving out from there based on logistics, there's a lot of things that go into it, and we'll be talking about that later, but real briefly, there's road issues with the trucks, equipment issues, so all of that goes into play in our decision-making process where we deploy the teams and maximizing our resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other public comments? I know. So, so we have a motion to approve by Supervisor Wright. Do I have a,
With the amendments.
with the amendments, do I have a second on that?
I'm thinking.
Okay,
Hey, on the calendar.
yeah.
Okay, I'm done thinking.
Okay.
So, I mean, I really think these are good changes here, although I'm sure that it's not perfect. We're dealing with a situation, an emergency situation, that is more challenging than we've ever had to deal with on a county level. And so the people out there have lost everything, their entire housing, their everything, belongings. And people are down to just literally the clothes on their backs is all they have in some cases. And that goes on for mile after mile after mile. If you drive through from Moke Hill to Jesus Maria, through Mountain Ranch, just, it's staggering the amount of damage and the amount of houses lost. So if there's anything we can do to help one person be able to get back on their property today, I think we should do it. It's not much of a risk from us as a county standpoint and liability to do this. Let's give it a try and see if it works. And if it helps one family get back on their property so they can start to have a normal life in the face of this devastation, I think we as a county, a board of representatives of the people, have to do it, regardless of the misgivings of some. And this does protect us. They have to do a
Well,
waiver.
one thing I noticed, it does give environmental health a good say-so in the process anyhow. But, you know, something else to consider is a lot of these folks are getting a little bit antsy because there's a lot of vandalism going on right now out there. So they go up, see their property, they notice that there's, you know, footprints out there that shouldn't be out there, things are being moved around, things are getting taken. And people are getting anxious about that. If there's an opportunity for us to help them go where they need to go safely and you know, health-wise safely, then I think it's our duty to do that.
I just, you know, I'll say it again, I feel for this. I understand it. I probably have a husband who would probably be out there and say, screw everything else and be there. But as I sit here, it's like, I really feel that we are doing something by doing this temporary opportunity for people. It's a process that we all have to work through. We may not like it or not, but it's a process we have to work through. And if we make amendments by a waiver or something along those lines, it still sets the county up. The property owner has the waiver, and then, you know, somebody else goes out there and they hurt themselves in some way, or they become affected by this in some way. It's still going to come back to the county, saying you allowed this to happen. And I just don't see where a waiver is going to hold true in the bigger picture of things. I mean, I can see the environmental health on the sewage disposal. I think that's a good idea. You know, I don't know about the generator, if that's an idea, but it's a tough situation for us all, and we don't like these rules. I can understand that, but, you know, I feel these are things in place to protect everybody, including the landowner. Including the landowner. And I think we are doing a lot by this ordinance as it is. I mean, prior to this ordinance, they had
Not
nothing.
enough, Debbie. I mean, we need to do more. This is an extraordinary circumstance. This is not a normal thing. These people, they're calling me on the phone, they're going, I want to go back to my property. I want to do it the right way. This allows them to do that. We're just going to sit here and listen to just idiotic stuff because we're scared of being sued, so we're not going to help people out. Just friggin' crazy.
It's not about being sued. For me, it's about the health and safety of the
But
folks
this,
that are going to be there.
Can we have a conversation? So, here's the deal. There's people out there already that are on their property, and nothing that we do is going to slow that down. What this does is it actually gives people the ability to legally do it. Otherwise, people are they're doing it willy-nilly anyway. This way, we actually have some control, and we actually are providing a level of safety greater by having this in place than if we do nothing. Right? Because now they have to look at signing a waiver, right? And so then people are going to come in here, not only the people with insurance, but other people, they want to follow the rules, right? So now they're going to follow these things. So they're going to be safer than they will be if we do nothing.
How is somebody signing a waiver going to be safer?
Well, like this, the temporary placement of housing should be located minimum 100 feet from the footprint of any damaged structure in a manner that does not impede the debris removal process. So, right now, if they're out there doing this without a permit, that's not being followed at all, right?
They're right next to it.
So, and they don't know any better. So now they have a process they can go in and environmental health can review it with them, explain to them all of the problems and all the health hazards, and they may decide after talking to environmental health that, no, I don't want to be out there at all. But because we give them an actual avenue, an actual process, we're providing a greater option for wider spread safety and health to the whole populace.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment on this.
Okay.
I have to go back to my original statement where is our enforcement to keep a property owner off his property? No matter what the perils. Where do we have that right as a government to tell somebody, you can't go on your own property? We can warn them of the dangers involved. We can advise them not to do that. But once again, you're going to lock them up, handcuffed, and take them to jail?
You have enough cops.
I'm really torn because I know the dangers of entering a hazmat zone, especially a hot zone, and these situations are very prevalent. We can have these dangerous situations. But where do we have the right to tell these folks, no, you stay here until we can tell you when you can go in? Once we are assured that they're aware of the potential dangers. And when it comes to, and I know I was in favor of this, it's the reason I took a minute to think about it. The signing of a release or disclaimer. Being involved in this procedure in another life, in another career, sometimes releases and waivers aren't worth the paper they're written on. And I think that if we require a signed release or waiver of individuals, the county's at risk. The county is at risk unless we properly educate those folks of what they're reading and what they're agreeing to. I do have to agree with Supervisor Wright. These folks want to get back on their property. And unfortunately, we don't have the resources to do that tomorrow. But at this point, I cannot go above the rights guaranteed to property owner once I'm convinced that they are aware of the potential hazards. I'm not prepared to say, no, you can't do that.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
I
But are you supporting these changes?
I am supporting the position of denying the right of somebody to enter their own property, but I'm also supporting the position that the county should not be at risk if they choose to do so of their own volition, even if they're aware of the potential hazards. And I fail to see the enforcement in that, where the county has an enforcement right to prevent those people from going on there, even though the county does have a right to protect the welfare of the public. You're right, Supervisor Ponte, it's a very hard decision, but it's one that has to be made.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So, all right, so any other motions to be made?
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance that was submitted, originally submitted, with the changes to include item 5D, other methods of sewage disposal approved by the county environmental health department, and something similar as 6C in regards to the use of a generator.
Could you say that again?
I'll make a motion to approve the urgency ordinance as presented with two modifications. On item 5D, the staff's recommendation about other methods of sewage disposal approved by the County Environmental Health Department, and on 6C, similar language in regards to the opportunity to use a generator.
Okay. Do we have a second on that one? All righty then. Any other motions? So are we not going to entertain this ordinance at all?
I would move that it be tabled until we get, can we do that? Can we I don't need, maybe retract my motion, but I would ask that we could table this till we get the last thing on the update on the Butte fire, because I think there are things we haven't considered.
Just move it to the end of the meeting?
Yeah, and I don't know if we want to consider doing that.
Sure.
If we could bring this back after we discuss the Butte fire update.
That's fine.
Point of order, question. Can we do that with a motion on the table? Question I have.
I can do it.
There isn't a motion on the table at this point. From what I understand,
that's right,
the motion
second,
that
I'm sorry.
that Supervisor Ponte made died for lack of a second.
Right.
So right now, there isn't a motion on the table, but certainly the item can be tabled and revisited at the end of the meeting.
Well, I'd like to ask that we do that. I think there are things that, I have a lot of questions on item number 23, and there might be some things that address this, and I'd like to bring them all up right now, but it would just confuse the issue. So rather than do that, if we could wait to bring this back at item 23 and vote on it again.
Okay, so what say the board? Is that okay?
I would be in agreement with that.
All right, let's move on then to item number 16. Motion to for reconsideration of items 13 and 19 from September 22nd, 2015 board meeting.
Yes. These two items, as the board is aware, open my agenda. At the September 22nd board meeting, Supervisor Oliveira was not able to attend. There were two items on that agenda. One was to appoint I'm trying to get his name, and it's Justin Catalano to the COG, and the other one was regarding an appeal of a planning commission decision. Both of them did not one failed for lack of a second, and another one essentially died. According to the board rules, it's Rule 31, a board member who is in the majority vote or a board member who is absent from a meeting can make a motion for reconsideration. Because both of those items did not actually have a majority vote or an action item taken, the only supervisor that has the ability to make a motion for reconsideration was Supervisor Oliveira. Subsequent to the 22nd, Supervisor Oliveira reached out to my office and asked that I agendize this, that he would like to consider or make a motion for reconsideration. So that's why we agendized it today. What I would recommend is that each item be considered separately. And then if the motion for reconsideration is passed by the board, then staff would agendize those items for the next board meeting. So staff would be able to be prepared, we'd be able to notice all of the parties, and then the board would actually do the reconsideration at that future board date. This item here is just for the motion to reconsider, to bring it back at a future date.
So we'll deal with item number 13 on the agenda in question, which would be the COG assignment. Is that first?
Yes, that would be the first one. That would be the appointing of Mr. Catalano to the COG.
Prior to making any motion, are we able to discuss anything regarding this prior to making that motion? I want to make sure that we're on solid ground here.
At this point, it's just to make a motion to bring the item back. If it passes, then the full discussion of the item would be had at that future date.
And once again, for clarification, for all members present, for folks, if a motion is not brought, then it would stand as voted in that particular board meeting, which was?
Correct.
Okay, and it would stand as not passing because it was a split vote.
There was no action taken,
No action was taken.
right? But it was my understanding from prior discussions with you, you were asking that this item be agendized for the specific purpose of making the motion for reconsideration.
Mr. Chairman, I so move that we bring up item number 13 on that particular agenda before the board for reconsideration at the next board meeting.
All right.
You will also have to take public comment just on the motion, just so the board is aware.
I understand.
Okay. Public comment.
Bill McManus, resident of District 3. If I understand it correctly, the action that you're about to consider is to reconsider at a later time. And so if you vote to reconsider, you can't drop it when it comes up again. You will be forced to take another vote. Is that correct?
What will happen is we will agendize the item in hopes that all 5 board members will be here for that date. So then there would be a majority vote one way or another.
So it is going to call for another vote from scratch. It's not just adding a vote to the record that has already been cast. You're starting with if you continue it, this is a brand-new deal. It's just like going back in time.
Correct.
Only with 5 members here as opposed to 4 that were there before.
Correct.
Well, if it were to die right now, you know, as a resident of District 3 who we've been ignored for so long with representation on the COG, I would rather see it just die, and then the COG goes about its business in hopefully a normal and civil way where we can get, you know, equal representation on the COG board without risking a vote now with it's all convoluted and end up losing. As far as I'm concerned, District 3 won by no action being taken. And, you know, would I take points off the board would I take a field goal off the scoreboard in hopes of getting a touchdown when I'm ahead? No, I don't think so. It'd be my feeling, and I feel fortunate that we now have someone in District 3 who is looking out for our best interest and trying to correct a wrong that has gone back a long time in District 3 without representation on the COG. And so I'm content if nothing happens on this particular item because, in effect, something has happened. They failed to get a majority to do what they wanted to do, which I thought was an assault on the people of District 3. So, if we got a vote in it, I'd say, hey, we're okay, move on, let's go talk about Olive Road or whatever comes up next. But I trust my supervisor to do what he thinks is right, and I just hope that when it's all said and done, we do end up with representation on the COG. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? No? Does the board get to comment on this deal? Board comments?
I would second the motion.
No comments from the board?
No.
Okay.
I can call for a vote.
So I have, did you make the recommendation? So Supervisor Olivera made the recommendation. Supervisor Ponte seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain.
So it's 4-1.
4-1, 2.
4-0-1, yeah, one abstain. Okay, so that it comes back.
For number 13.
Yes, for number 13. Comes back. Okay,
Okay, we can address number 19 now, Mr. Chair.
that would be the,
Once again, this will be on the, if I remember correctly, please correct me if I'm incorrect, the appeal on the Planning Commission's decision to modify the Olive Orchard project on behalf of the developer. Am I correct there?
That's correct.
And I'm also under the understanding that at the time this was presented to the board at that particular meeting, there was a motion made. I stand corrected. Was there an original vote taken prior to a motion being made without a second? Could you
From what I recall, there was a motion that was made. I don't recall if it was from Supervisor Ponte or Supervisor Wright. It was seconded and then it died 2-2. And then there was another motion made by Supervisor Kearney that died for lack of a second.
Could you describe the motion that was voted on by the board at that time to me?
The motion that was voted on was to approve the appeal, which in essence would overturn the Planning Commission's decision to modify the mitigation measure, or to
So-
remove the mitigation measure.
So the results of that split vote indicated that that motion did not pass. Am I correct there?
Correct,
And the second motion died for lack of a second.
correct.
So if I should make an emotion, or I do not make an emotion, I make a motion, not an emotion, then the results of that first vote will stand without any further resources being expended by the county.
Correct.
And if I go ahead and make a motion for reconsideration, we would have to go back on an agenda for the next meeting.
We would bring the item back for the board to rehear the appeal with all 5 members here.
Okay, at this time, I'm not going to be making a motion.
You will not be?
I will not be making a motion for reconsideration.
okay.
Any public comment?
So,
Chair, can I have a 10-minute recess?
Can we do public comments first, or
Oh,
you
sure.
need it now?
No, go ahead.
Okay, public comments, please.
Clyde from Valley Springs. I was reading the rules and procedures of the board, and to vacate a contract, it takes a 4-5 vote, not a 2-2 vote, not a decision of that. It takes this board a 4-5 vote. It's in your guys' guidelines. I have a contract here that specifies that a turn lane will be constructed and the cost will be over $1 million. So from my understanding, if I'm not wrong, I fell in a hole, I'm Alice in Wonderland, and I fell in the rabbit's hole. And I came out here in front of this board. So your own procedures, you're violating, if I'm not mistaken, and you're entering a contract that takes a 4-5 vote to change. I mean, it's in your own guidelines. So your decision today is saying that, no, we don't need the 4 or 5 vote, we can do it on a 2 vote. And maybe you guys can do what you want on the contract, but there's probably close to a dozen people now that has contractual rights to this thing that you're denying their rights, and they will get them in court. And so if that's your decision, great, because I'm already have the letters and stuff prepared to send to the FBI and also to the Bureau of Department of Real Estate.
Mr. Chairman, is this dealing with the issue at hand, or is this something?
It's still public comments.
Okay, I'm still.
Yeah, this is about the turn lane we're talking about. That turn lane is when those people bought those lots in the subdivision, they bought it on a condition of a contract that was approved by this board saying that they're going to get a new bridge, a new turn lane, and a new road. You're saying they don't get it after they already bought it on the condition they do get it. And they have a contract that says they get it, that's signed by you people. And so now you just defrauded them because their property will not be worth nearly as much now without the turn lane of that. It's a dangerous road. And so now their property is less worth than what they paid for it. So you guys have devalued. You have entered in collusion with the developer to defraud these people. So you guys have basically helped the person commit a crime on defrauding these people.
Board Chair, I want to clarify. The action that was taken in the Planning Commission is not about a contract. It is about a mitigation measure of a mitigated negative declaration. And there is a provision in our code that allows for the removal of a mitigation measure. And that is what the Planning Commission was following. If the board does in fact not reconsider this, and the Planning Commission action stands, there is nothing further that will go forward regarding the mitigation measure and how it applies to the mitigated negative declaration. However, if there is in fact this requirement in a development agreement, that would be something that would come back forward for an amendment later. But that is separate from the action of removing the mitigation measure from the project's mitigated negative declaration, which is what the Planning Commission took action on.
Thank you.
May I speak?
Public comments.
Okay, I just didn't want to interrupt her. She might hurt me. What I noticed is that I really appreciate all these folks who's so concerned about the welfare of that development. But what I noticed is none of the complaint group lives in that estate. None of them. They do not live in that particular development. So the people that they want to defend, that they're getting defrauded, none of them here. None of them complaining from the development. You take a look at those addresses, folks. Take a look at the addresses. None of the appeals group lives in that development. I mean, I really appreciate all these good folks around that area looking out for the welfare of the folks who own property in the development. But none of the folks in the development pushing this whole idea. Please, sometime take a look at the addresses and location of the concerned citizens. Thank you.
Joe Kelly, according to Peter, we throw all the rules out. We don't need a Bureau of Real Estate Commissioner. We don't need anybody. We don't need this contract that was signed by Calaveras County. Whereas County desires to assure that the proposed improvements will be completed utilizing sound construction practices in accordance with conditions of approval and mitigation measures established for the approval of the project by Board of Supervisors Resolution 04361, which are incorporated herein by reference. You folks represent us all. If we get up and we have concerns, it's because we have concerns the county might be sued. Mr. Clapp and I are putting together to the real estate commissioner under the authority that's given by the state on this stuff. We can file a complaint. Term 2 in this condition, and by the way, have any of you read the thing? It's only 5 pages. 5 pages. But the other stuff, the underlying stuff, is a lot more. Term, a subdivider shall at his own expense complete or cause to have completed all of the subject improvements to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works of, of the County of Calaveras, parentheses, Director, on or before the first day of. Mr. Kearney, I believe at one time you asked, isn't there any end to these contracts? There is, because under this term 2 says, in parentheses, 1 year after effective date of contract. So there is, and this was done, by the way, in the 26th day of June, 2007. So, and it's not done. So Mr. Race may not care about people getting rear-ended and everything else due to the impropriety or the lack of protection and safety items out there. Caltrans, I don't know how the hell they got involved in it to come in and say, oh no, it's all right, it's fine. When you have certain things here, you also have the Department of the Interior bringing up, you have mitigated negative declaration in there. Those are used to offset significant environmental issues. Now, I'm not an environmentalist, let's be right on that. I am a steward of the land. But you have those to offset those issues. They have to be done. They came in and said they were late somehow or they didn't get noticed properly, but it came in, they said, you've got shrimp ferries and all this other stuff. Stop the project, stop the grading. It wasn't done. Why? I'm going to contact them if the day lasts long enough that I can call them and find out, have them come back and put paperwork in or go through their paperwork so they can tell me what was done, and then ask them to advise you folks of what was done or what was not done. There's problems, big problems. The issues are environmental laws broken. The man has a history of environmental concerns in this county. And he was fined a lot of money on it, right down in Cosgrove there. So, and it's still not, I don't believe it's fully cured yet. So here's the issue. You've got a number of people up there that bought their homes. You have one house that I understand has a VA loan on it. So now you've got the federal government probably involved in the thing. These people had a contract with have you ever seen a white report? That is what is given to every potential buyer. All the buyers, potential buyers, anybody that wants one, stating what the rules and regulations and all that gobbledygook of what you're buying. And in it, probably stated that he's got to fix that road. And that's what they bought. I don't care if I'm standing here and advising you of this. I'm advising you of the rules of the state of California.
37.
So I suggest, I would hope you folks would all go back. I understand the file is about that thick. I don't have quite that much of it. I probably got a stack that thick right now. So please, go back. It's a very interesting file. And believe me, I'm not against him doing his project. I'd like to see his project completed. Completed to the fullest extent to include all his negative mitigation declaration issues. The whole project completed. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Tanner. I represent Ryan Voorhees in this matter. I live in Valley Springs, California. And, first of all, I want to address one thing clearly. The White Report says nothing about these roads.
Excuse me.
And bridges, anything of that matter.
Hey, Dave.
It says nothing. It's current.
Just address the board, okay? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I feel I have to do damage control every time I come up here because of these insinuations. Insinuations by people who have businesses in Ag 1 zone property that are running businesses that are, they claim are grandfathered into the district. That their own neighbors can't put in a dog training facility because they don't have proper zoning. We have people here that are on commission from lawyers to find cases that they can bring to trial to find something that they think is wrong. When we're not hearing the truth, we're not listening to the experts. Who are the experts? Who are the authorities? We have people here. We have Public Works. We have planning. We also have Caltrans. Why wasn't Caltrans? Caltrans was involved because somebody said they needed a turn lane there. That's why it's Highway 26. We went to the county hired a traffic engineer to do a study, which I understand was conveniently left out of your packet for that meeting, so I was probably talking crazy to you. But those traffic studies said there is nothing needed. There is nothing needed. Even if Ryan Voorhees wanted to go ahead and put in a turn lane on Highway 26, he can't do it. Yet we continue to delay him. The delay. Last week, our last meeting, I heard the determination read, and they said it died. I went out, told my client. He was happy. He said, great, I don't blame him. He then sold the house, and he had to pay another $50,000 so he could sell that house because nobody's issued a release of this bond, a bond for something he can't even do if he wanted to do it anyway. Calaveras County employed a planner by the name of Dan Ratzlaff. He was the planner that worked on the olive orchard project. After he had worked on the process, to process the application, and after a great deal of time, the project was agendized for public hearing. He made a call to Mr. Voorhees and informed him he had just received the off-site conditions from Public Works. Mr. Ratzlaff informed Mr. Voorhees that this was done without any legal basis. Upon discussion, they decided to keep the project on the agenda and deal with the condition at a later date. Mr. Voorhees had no idea this would be an 8-year process. 2 years prior to that, there were two projects, Hogan Oaks 1 and Hogan Oaks 2, that were pulled from the agenda for similar issues and have never been put back on. And we're talking about close to 10 years that he's waited for these projects to be put on the agenda again. So Mr. Voorhees was somewhat reluctant to withdraw this. He just figured, we'll try and deal with this later. It's been 10 years now. The major plaintiff, Mrs. Tuckle, lives and operates a business that is on Ag 1 property. Zoning, she claims, that is grandfathered in. Maybe it is. But if I was such a purist, pointing out every imperfection and every other submittal and every other CEQA process that needs to be identified, I'd certainly have the moral ethic to go down and start my own EIR to change the zoning on my property. We have people here, like I said, that are on commission to find lawsuits, to sue us, to sue developers, to sue the county, because they get commissions from lawyers. And that was admitted in front of a law enforcement officer right here in the last meeting on the 22nd. I urge you to let this die. We can't afford to keep pushing developers, and I tell you, the slanderous remarks that are put on about them are hateful, hurtful. This man has done a lot of good for our county, and he continues to. He felt that there was positive movement. He bought up that other project that's been dead in Valley Springs, sitting there for many years. He just bought another one. Again, he paid off the bonds for CCWD. He prepaid connection fees at Valley Springs PUD. Both of them were bankrupt. Both of those were going into default. He bought up La Cantena, which is not a real profitable center for him. And he rebuilt the clubhouse, he put in a new pro shop for us. He saved one of our biggest assets in Calaveras County, saving the ratepayers more than $2.4 million in rate increases by coming up with a solution for how to get rid of treated wastewater.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay. Then we'll move on to any board comments? No? All right, let's move on. Let's take a few minute break and wait for Supervisor Connie to get back. Okay. You still want to take some? All right, so we're back on number 17, okay? Number 17. Admin.
Last week, I received emails from CCWD, Dave Egerton, General Manager, asking, actually initially asking that I sign a letter of support regarding language being included in drought bills that were pending before Congress so that he could take it with him when he went to Washington, D.C. I explained I did not have the authority to sign such a letter on behalf of the county, but would be happy to bring it forward to the board so the board could address any questions or concerns they have. I did not have a lot of time to research this with everything else that was going on, but Mr. Egerton's here from CCWD to answer any of the board's questions and to give them information regarding this letter of support.
All right. So do we have,
Hi, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, CEO, Ms. Ryan, I appreciate it. And members of the board, this request, hopefully this will be a little more straightforward of an issue for you, although it's kind of hard to imagine anything in water in California being anything not contentious. But really, what the request today is we're working hard right now in Washington to try to obtain a Warren Act contract under existing federal law. Back in the early 20th century, for the federal projects, reservoirs like New Melones, a law was enacted to allow, of course that was predated in Melones, but a law was enacted that allowed reclamation to be able to allow communities like ours to be able to access federal facilities. So in time when reservoirs like New Melones were constructed, it allows that if we have water in the river system under our own rights, and our rights, many of these predate the 19th century, the mining era rights, we would have the ability to apply to get a contract that we could actually store some of our water in this federal reservoir. And that's exactly what we're trying to do right now. There are a couple of drought bills right now that are moving forward in Congress. We were just out there this past week, actually for the hearing on these bills. Senator Feinstein has a bill. Congressman Valadeo in the Valley, San Joaquin Valley, has a bill that's co-sponsored by our own Congressman McClintock. We are trying to get into the final language of those bills as they're melded. We're at a pretty important time right now. They're actually being heard in committee in the Senate, and we expect that the language, there will be a markup on a new bill that can bring, for the first time after now more than 4 years of drought, to actually have a drought bill on the federal side, and this is something we're trying to obtain. As part of that is to have this contract in it, for us to be able to store up to 100,000 acre feet of water in New Melones under this Warren Act provision. I just here to ask that if you can provide a letter of support in that effort, it would be greatly appreciated. Having met with representatives for McClintock, Valadeo, Senators Feinstein and Boxer this past week, as well as the governor, they all made it very clear that any letters of support we could bring forward right now would be critically important in our ability to try to obtain this. What we're really trying to do is, again, to maximize the beneficial use of a water resource that we have rights to, that right now, because we don't have downstream storage, we're not able to. And that can be benefits for our own county, as well as adjacent counties like Tuolumne. That may be why you saw recently that they actually have adopted resolutions of support at their Board of Supervisors and their water agency, because really this is a regional asset for drought protection that we really want to have available to both communities. This could be part of our solution to providing for the failing wells. We do have a significant number of wells that have failed or are in the process of running dry. To be able to have some of the water supply and storage that we can provide them with another source of water is critically important. As well, coming out of the fire, one of the things that really heightened in our mind the need for this access to storage in Malones was the fact that our air attack base at Columbia right now, which obviously is a key asset for us in defending a fire like the Butte or the Rim Fire or the ones that could come, having that air base in Columbia is critically important for us. It's actually, I didn't realize, one of only 2 in the state that has fixed wing and a helicopter attack base. It has one water supply right now, and that is the wooden flume infrastructure in Tuolumne County, and that is within the Stanislaus watershed that is between the Butte and the Rim fires, so likely the next to burn. If we lose access to that base because they don't have a reliable water supply, that could be devastating for everybody. Because I didn't realize, but the air base actually serves almost 7 counties and 3.5 million acres is the area that it protects. What we want to do with this WARN Act contract to be able to have water stored in Malones, we can actually deliver some of this water to the air base to provide a backup water supply. It would be much more secure than the wooden flumes that are right now hanging on the sides of mountains that have landslides and again are subject to the next catastrophic fire. So that's why I'm here. I'm hopeful that you'll be able to support this. Again, our perspective is this is a local asset we've had for a long time. We want to try to really beneficially use it for the drought protection, for the air base. Also, it can provide an opportunity for groundwater banking for us to be able to do some things that would help our groundwater basin that's in critical overdraft that I know we're working closely with you guys on and your staff on the Eastern San Joaquin groundwater basin situation and the new state law. So all of those things this would be a key asset to be able to hold some water in the storage to be able to provide for those benefits. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Go ahead,
I
Dave.
have some questions. So I follow the CCWD agenda. I haven't seen this discussed there. And when you talk about some of the other agencies, has it been brought forward to like the Highway 4 Water Committee or UPA or UPUD, CPPA, CAL FIRE? Do you have letters of support from those agencies or?
Not yet, but we're seeking those as well. I mean, that's part of Supervisor Pawnee. We've been giving them some information on this, but it's really coming to a head right now with as rapidly as things are developing. I mean, it very well there may not be a vote this year. It's probably most likely it'll be early next year, but we'd love to have the opportunity to get other agencies within that group and the Highway 4 group. I've been updating my board on this. We will be sending a letter of support from our agencies as well. This is really the reason that we've invested in an advocate in DC. Back in the spring, that was a decision point that the board made, and largely, well, primarily, was simply to go after this WARN Act contract and try to make that happen. Just to give you some background, we did have successfully in 2014 one of the drought bills that was developed by the same author in Congress on the House side. He actually did have language in the bill for a 100,000 acre foot WARN Act contract for us. So it's not new, that concept. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, the 2 bills that are in play right now don't have that language in there. But after we met with, like I said, with the people that we met with, they seem to be very interested and excited about. I mean, the way we're trying to craft this is really something because we can do things like fire protection with this air base, with the groundwater banking, with the drought, to being able to provide some alternative supplies to those with failing wells. It's really a way of conceiving a WARN Act contract that they'd never seen before, and I think they were very wanted to find a way to make this happen. So
are you on a deadline for this, or?
The sooner the better, and that's the message that we got from their staff was try to get us the letter as quickly as you can, because although they may not vote on it this year, they are drafting up the language. That is the next thing to happen, is to take, coming out of that hearing, is to mark up the bill and come up with a singular bill. Before there was such a political divide between the House and the Senate. They had separate bills, but basically they weren't being considered by the other House. Now you finally have them both in the same House, and you have a number, you've got the House leadership on the bill and the Senate leadership on the bill with Feinstein and Boxer all lined up in trying to get something accomplished. So it's an important point in time, and that's why the request was made, and I totally understand that this needed to come before the board, and believe me, in the future this will be the avenue that will make any kind of request, but it is pretty unusual. This is not something that we I don't know that we have any other projects like this right now. We don't, that we're going after. So,
Okay. I guess, and I don't know, is 100,000, is that because of the rights that you have?
yes,
Do you have more than that?
we do have more than that, but realistically, that would be a quantum that would allow us I mean, that would be terrific for us to have access to the 100,000. Mostly right now, I mean, we have, the oddity of it is our water basically passes through, it does pass through the reservoir.
Right.
But because we don't have that storage component at Malonis, we're not able to hold it back so that, just like, for example, if we have an El Nino year this year, and we truly do, if it reaches us in Northern California and we have a wet year, we could shave off some of that water that otherwise would go to the Golden Gate that we have rights to, but it would have just passed on through the system. And we can hold it back and use that to put more water in the ground or to hold back for drought protection should we continue to have ongoing drought. So that's kind of the way we see it. And with 100,000 acre feet, that would be a tremendous
Sure.
Value to us.
Right. I guess, and that's where I come from is like where the 100,000 comes from, how that's being derived. And I just saw this as I didn't know where it was, if CCWD as a board had supported this letter going forward. But also I saw this as a good opportunity for the Highway 4 corridor water agencies to come together. Maybe as a group, there's more that we can do besides this. And I didn't know if that was feasible or something that was considered as we're going forward. It seems like we could, if we as together worked as a group versus a single agency, it would be maybe, they would look at it as a cooperative relationship to all these other water agencies coming together.
That's exactly how we're trying to make it as compelling as possible, because if we do have a broader group to come in support of it, and that's what we're trying to kind of build a coalition within the watershed. And a lot of those agencies in the Highway 4 group are exactly those that, and we will be making the similar request to them. And through the Highway 4 committee, they've been able to become informed of this issue. We've been able to brief them on it. So that's been a really helpful, venue to bring the information forward. And, it was on our to-do list to reach out to the other agencies and get these letters. But I think by the things that have happened in the last 2 weeks, it's really made it clear, we need to press forward as quickly as we can, because this is our opportunity to really try to make this happen.
So is our support right now a little premature before the CCWD board?
No, and in
Years
fact,
ago?
actually, in asking the CCWD board has supported this effort in that we've already made this a commitment since for the last 2 years, and when we were pursuing it in 2014 with 100,000 acre. Similarly, it's the same effort as now. We've basically recommitted to that by, again, keeping an advocate, whose sole work plan is to attain this water supply. So the board is already supportive of it.
They
But-
just haven't seen the letter yet, or?
We haven't sent a letter yet. That's going to happen within a matter of days, to have a letter from our board chair in support of it, to formally put it on record. But we have submitted the language to Senator Feinstein that is attached to your letter. So, technically, that's really the most important part from our end, was to get that in the mix, to try to get that inserted into the bill.
When's your next board meeting?
Next Wednesday. Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay.
Is this on the agenda then?
A request for a letter is not on the agenda, again, but we, my board is already committed to this. I know it's each agency's process as to whether you're going to ask this letter to go from your board or not. My board is supportive of our effort in this has been for 2 years.
I guess
So I would go to my board chair and just ask her to submit a letter, and that would be, that we were already in a position to do that.
Okay. I'm just a little hesitant, only because we dealt with something called the Wild and Scenic on the McKelemy, and we didn't solicit CCWD's opinion or support prior to this board taking action, and we had a lot of fallout from there, as well as some other member agencies that we belong to. So I'm just concerned if we're signing this and supporting this, and then your board decides they want to go another route or tweak it here or there, that's still, our support is still going to be supportive of your efforts, CCWD's efforts in this endeavor. I think it's a wonderful idea. I just get a little concerned about us approving something before it's kind of been worked at your board level.
And it just, I mean, the way we've, the way I've kept the board informed is this is a regular update at our Legal Affairs Committee. We have two board members on a standing committee. So they have been fully briefed on this, and all the strategy is moving forward. That information has been brought forward to the board and brief in my updates to the board, the GM report as far as what we're doing and working on this effort. So there's, I mean, it's the same effort again that we've been on for 2 years. I had not planned to take an agenda item to our board to ask them to support, to sign a letter in support of the same effort that they've already made, a repeated commitment to and been informed of and everything else.
So if we give the okay here, we're not going to get any backlash.
If you did, it would be, I absolutely feel confident that you won't, and if something truly miraculous, unexpected were to happen, I would take full responsibility for that. But I appreciate you asking the question, but I feel absolutely confident that this is, because when I came into my position, one thing the board made clear was preservation of our water rights. Using them for local benefit was of the highest priority. And without this downstream storage, it's very difficult for us to do that.
Right.
Okay, any other comments?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Mr. Eggerly, I appreciate the job you're doing. I appreciate the content of the letter, but I also share some great concern for the fact that there's no documentation by your Board of Supervisors. When your Board of Directors, and come to our Board of Supervisors and ask for our support for a letter going to congressmen and congresswomen. That concerns me very much. And once again, I kind of share Supervisor Ponte's position. Content is good, but I feel that we just haven't followed the right procedure just yet. Might be a little bit too premature. Until I get that, I probably wouldn't support this.
And Supervisor, and again, the only reason this is before you is because your CAO asked for it. And that's a shortcoming on my part. I shouldn't have put her in the position of asking for the letter. Frankly, I didn't. But in any event, I'm happy to hold this back if you would like for us to. We obviously want to get these in as quickly as possible, but if we need to call a special meeting on my end so that you formally have a statement from our board, that's fine. Bottom line, I want to make sure that you're comfortable with it and you can support it, because your support in this effort is important. It's very important to be able to have that.
I would feel better with that.
So with that, I could, if you don't mind, I could ask that that this be placed on hold until we can, until I can get to my board. I'll ask for a special meeting so that we can do that. Our next meeting is not until the 28th, and I'd like to have this done sooner. I know your schedule is much.
You're going to be here Thursday, maybe.
Pardon?
That's a special meeting.
You're going to be here for a special meeting?
No, we'll be here in 2 weeks. You were able to get it on in a week, which impresses me, so now you've got 2 weeks.
Might have another special meeting. Maybe we should have a special meeting just to discuss this.
Now, Chris, you're just being silly.
So you know that Fed legislative session is very close to ending. And but without a letter that we can see that we're supporting, or any type of language that we can see that we're supporting, I'd really have a hard time doing that. If you can get your board to write that support letter from the language that you're going to put together for this, then that's common courtesy, I think, between our boards, and that's how we should be working, actually. Appreciate your effort in this, and I think that it's a great idea that that we need to be looking out for our water rights and all that. But we all also need to work together, and we've already been through the BASH syndrome, and I don't think any of us want to go through that again. So what Supervisor Ponte was saying is, plus the Highway 4 corridor, it's really important that they get involved too, and it's an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I think letters of support from those boards would just add more power to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Yeah,
we-
no,
we
I
might
definitely
increase
want to do that.
storage.
And I very much want you to feel comfortable with this, and if we can get, if it can be unanimous support for this, I don't know if that's possible, but if that is possible, I would love to be able to do that and give you what you need to do that.
The only way we know that is by being able to have a document that says what we're voting on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you should have received exactly the language that
But
you're
it's the
voting on,
letter of support.
with the attached language from the bill that we're
Sure,
supporting.
but it doesn't have the
I think
CCWD
CCWD's board.
board approval.
Okay, and our letter will be simply that we support the exact same thing you have in your hand, and that's what I'm going to ask my board to take action on.
And that'll come from your entire board, right?
Sure.
Not just
Yeah,
the standing
absolutely.
committee?
No, this is, no, we can definitely, and that's, and I don't want to wait until our next meeting on the 28th. It's too late to put this on the agenda for tomorrow, but instead of waiting for the 28th, I'll ask that we call a special meeting to do it. It's important enough. Again, it's no surprise to the board. It's simply, but if this is, we need to have that formal statement, then that absolutely will do that.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
I mean, I would be willing to support something like this upon receiving notice that the board has given the okay. Can you have a letter pending?
We would still have to all look at exactly what that is.
Right, well, I'm just
If
saying
it were
it-
to change at all.
Right, then it would be a new,
Yeah.
right. I'm just saying, if they supported exactly what was here, and we gave the okay, once we heard CCWD board has given the blessing, but if there's any change to it, then we would have to review it all together.
I'd rather wait till it's brought back with their attachment to
Okay.
it. If he
I'm ready to vote on it right now.
does what he says, it would come back in 2 weeks.
We, and I will ask them to support, the recommendation would be the exact same language, but obviously, we'll give that to you in writing so you know exactly what they say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
You want public input?
No.
Sure. Public comments, please? Say we weren't gonna have lunch.
Not enough.
Vicki Reinke, Calaveras County Republicans. I'm just going to make a statement in general. I think it's smart that you guys wait. We all know, we've all kind of been in that situation. AB 142 was that. Our organization supported it, you guys supported it. We pulled our support eventually. Just keep that in mind. You can always pull support for something. But there was some language in this that drew my attention, and I just want to bring it up now because you're going to be looking at this again. But this is the kind of stuff that you want to look at when you go to legislative bills, because they put things in there that maybe you truly don't want to support, and you need to be aware of it. So anyway, this one is number C in the letter the document that you would be attaching to your letter. And it says CCWD may solely at its discretion, which is a good thing, carry over additional water for fisheries and water quality purposes out of 65,000 acre-foot storage pool. And so again, I would just be curious as to what that really means. We've already been battling this fish situation, and maybe we're going to have the only water left, and they're going to want to take it for fish. Anyway, again, just look at the details before you approve it, and like I said, we've gone through this in the past, and you really have to keep on top of it. Thanks.
Public comments?
Oh, a couple of minor details that kind of bothers me. This water will have effect on a number of agencies, let's say. You have a whole bunch of water districts. It's along Highway 4. And there's a couple of words in here that I do have a problem with CCWD. I'd say it up front for many years. Little minor details. 35% of their water rights, the total for fish. No if, no buts, 35%. It's on the letter you're going to sign. Terms, conditions. You anoint CCWD for the next to be formed for not less than 40 years. The Pope doesn't get appointed for 40 years, guys. And with the track record what CCWD has for 40 years, get real. That's going to affect a whole bunch of different districts in this county, and affect financially, economically, and etc., all along Highway 4. It maybe doesn't affect me as a person, because I'm over at on the other end. But it sure has a effect, environmental, financial, economical effect along Highway 4. And to give somebody, any organization, especially with the track record of CCWD, to give him a monopoly for the next 40 years, you gotta be insane. I don't have to be diplomatic. You gotta be nice. And I got nothing against personal. He's a real nice guy. And he's pushing it for it. That's wonderful, okay? He's gonna be in charge. Doesn't reside in this county. He doesn't pay property tax. And everybody in this room pays property tax to CCWD. Okay? He doesn't a ratepayer.
There's some people who don't live here, Peter.
Yeah.
They don't pay.
Yeah, but take the money out of the county also. I love carpetbaggers, okay? I'm not prejudiced. Carpetbaggers are great. They come and go. But do you really want CCWD to have a monopoly over this damn water? Do you trust them? Have you been following it? Have you read any of the grand jury reports on it for the past couple of years? Folks, get a reality check and get everybody who's a stakeholder in this water, get their opinion. You have a good group of people on Highway 4. Finally, after all these years, people finally getting together regarding this water issue. And most of them are your constituents. Ask them, do they want CCWD for the next 40 years to be the king of the hill? Get reality check, folks. Their board hasn't even heard about it. It hasn't been on the agenda. Or they've been working it real hard for all these years. They don't know if it's going to go up and against Congress this year or next year. And a slight reminder, Feinstein and Boxer, they pulled the rug out under us when there was a drought a couple of months back. A reminder, okay? Feinstein wanted to push the deal for the drought issue. Boxer pulled the carpet out from us. Just a reminder. Take a look at the percentage they want to set aside for wildlife. And who's paying for it? Everybody in this county through their property tax. $2.5 million, folks, every year for CCWD. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
You're up.
Well, I really thought this would, well, anyway. Well, thank you, Ms. Chair. If I may respond to a couple of the comments. I get that when you see something in there that says dedicated water for fish, for the environment, for water quality, going all the way down the San Joaquin into the Delta, you go, what in the world are you talking about? I mean, how is this exercising local control when you're talking about keeping water in the system? The reality is, under California water law, we would continue to retain ownership of that water. All of this water would be water that sits in Spicer Reservoir, and under water rights of CCWD, this community, this county, going back since 1853, some of these water rights. And this water would continue to be owned and controlled, decisions made locally on the use of that water, even the water that's dedicated for in-stream flow for environmental purposes. So basically what that means is that could be an opportunity to generate additional revenue for this county. Again, these are some of the most senior water rights in the entire state, but because of the fact that we don't have storage downstream of Spicer, we don't get to realize the benefit. This could be a critically important source of revenue to our county, alternative to rates and property tax and everything else, if we could actually realize some benefit. Plus, it would actually put us on a course to actually use our water rights in many cases, which is a very, very tenuous position to be in. Again, I truly understand where you're at. I'll give you whatever you need from my board. This has been something I've been charged with since I got there. It's been on my work plan since day one. But I hope you understand, and we would never do this in a way that would be insular to our agency. I realize there's a past history with CCWD that much of it's not something that I'm proud of, and I have to spend a lot of my time on making amends for that. But that's not the way I do business, and it's not anything that I would entertain. And that's exactly why we're trying to build a coalition with regional partners, including the Highway 4 agencies, Tuolumne County, and others downstream, to be able to really realize this in a way that maximizes the benefit for our communities. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dave.
And I think that, oh, go ahead.
Hi, House of God Taxpayer Association. I think we pretty well concur with Vicki that there's a lot of stuff in here that needs further study. We certainly agree that the policy of the federal government is anti-human to take the water in times of drought and to try to save fish. It's just almost deliberate sabotage of our water supply. But we being the county, we don't have to depend on CCWD to write a letter that asks the federal government to get their head screwed on right. Use different words, of course. So I think we recommend that you proceed after talking to the other agencies as well as CCWD and write your own letter. And tonight is Congressman McClintock is going to be in Murphy's. Maybe one of you can talk to him about that as well. He might have some ideas.
We have that intention.
Oh, cool. Anyway, we also CCWD has made some mistakes because they're human beings. They made a mistake when they went along with the asphalt as a pollutant thing, and then got out of that and ended up removing their objection to the asphalt plant. Then they supported the Moak Wise, which is really not something in support of storing water. And so they're going to have to reverse themselves on that as well. So they got their own chores to do. And my dad told me one time, think twice and write once. Maybe this is what we ought to do this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Any other public comments? Any board comments?
Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, I would vote on this right now, but, I guess that's not going to happen. And I think that acknowledgement of the fact that New Maloney's in any water system doesn't end at our boundary of our county is important. And there is a whole ecosystem, and humanity is part of that ecosystem. And so we have to have water in stream flows for wildlife, for fish. And that not only helps the fish and the wildlife, but it also helps the people community. Because when you have a functioning river system, it's a lot easier to get good, clean water. And you have good steady supply, if you're looking at all the different aspects of our community, humans and the environment. So I hope that when you come back with a letter, you keep the language in there about providing water for the environmental concerns, because it is, even though it's a really easy target to attack environmental in-stream flows, because we're in a drought, it's an easy attack. But it needs to be looked at still in the final version. And I think that you guys probably will do that.
Just to comment on that, the 35% was not taken out of thin air. We have, that's a number is what is being proposed right now by the State Water Board in its Water Quality Control Plan update that will be assigned to all water rights in the state. Instead of having to have something imposed on us by the state that we have no control over, and basically we would be giving up any say over what happens over the water as it leaves the watershed, we would sure like to be ahead of that and again still have the opportunity to use that water for other things of benefit for our county after it leaves the river system, which we can under this arrangement.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty then. Any other comments? All right, let's move to number 18.
Good afternoon. Rebuke, District Attorney. I'm pleased to let you know that our grant application for the Office of Traffic Safety DUI Suppression Grant has been approved. This is, I believe, our third year, and it's a competitive grant at this point, and so it's good news for us that we're successful, and we're very glad to have the grant. It does permit us to dedicate an attorney and 100% of time of that attorney to DUI cases. That increases our efficiency, increases the success rate, increases our expertise. It's a wonderful opportunity for us. Otherwise, without the grant, it would be a mixed caseload and we lose some of those benefits. The biggest part of the grant that I'm very pleased about is that it allows us to do prevention outreach and go out to schools and continue with our juvenile diversion program that we started a couple years ago. The best way to fight crime is to prevent it, and this is one area, because of the grant, that we are allowed to dedicate some resources to the prevention of driving under the influence. Our program is entitled RID. It's Reduce Impaired Driving, and I did bring my team with me today. I'd like to introduce them and have them talk a little bit about the prevention piece and the outreach piece. So if you guys come forward. This is Deputy District Attorney Milt Matchak. He is the attorney who prosecutes all the DUIs and DUI-related offenses in the county, including DUI homicides, which we have currently pending, and also Kathy Howell. She is the assistant, and she does all of the paperwork, all of the case processing, all of the grant paperwork, which of course grants come with a lot of maintenance that you don't usually get paid for, so she's got to do all that. And she does the coordination for a lot of the outreach, and they go to schools and talk to kids. They don't talk at kids, which I think is a big difference with our program. It's not like it used to be when some of us were kids going through driver's ed, where you sit in a classroom and they show you a movie or something like that. This is a much more interactive program. They brought one of their tools with them, the DUI impaired goggles. I think Cliff tried them out a few years ago, so I don't know who's going to be our next guinea pig. Maybe a new board member wants to try them out and see how they do with those. And I said I would let them talk, but apparently I'm doing all the talking. So I'm going to turn it over to them, and they can talk about some of the programs that we run. Thank you. Good afternoon. Like Barbara said, we are the vertical prosecution team for our DUIs here in Calaveras County. I don't know if you guys are aware how big this problem is in our county. It's huge. And so what we try to do is we try to get out into those schools, try to reach out to our new drivers, our upcoming drivers, so that they are aware of the consequences, what the costs are, and you know what happens from start to finish. We go out there, we don't like the scared straight. We like to get out there and have them be interactive. We want them to be a part of scenarios. We actually use live cases. We have them play out, kind of role playing, so that they can get an idea of how simple it is to end up in the system.
Good afternoon. I am the vertical prosecutor for the DI program, as Barbara already explained. I think, though, one of the most exciting parts about the grant that we have is the prevention, like she talked about, where we can actually get out in the community. It's one thing for me to prosecute DUIs that have already happened. The injuries have already occurred, the deaths already occurred, the prosecution's already started. If we can take a proactive approach, with this grant allows us to do, then we can get out into the communities and reach the communities with the message of preventing this from happening in the future. One of the best ways we've seen to do that is by reaching the young people. In the past grant year, we were able to go out to Calaveras High School in the fall of last year and speak to about 225 students in classroom situations, as Kathy has already mentioned, where we are doing a hands-on, interactive presentation to the students. We're using PowerPoints. We're also using live DUI victims to speak to some of these classes, where they can give a first-hand account of the emotional, physical, financial impact that somebody who ran into their car while drinking and driving and injured, or in the case of one of our young ladies who's spoken to the schools before, killed her grandfather and seriously injured her. This is a powerful impact on these young people. We went to Bret Harte High School also in the fall of this year, the spring of this year, and spoke to them, approximately about 65, almost 70 students there. So we've reached, just in our high schools alone, in the last year, almost 300 students with this impact. We call it reducing impaired driving. It's the dangers and consequences of impaired driving. And we take an interactive approach. We give them real-life scenarios. We make it down to their level, what this might cost you, in things that they would understand. We've also been so well received by them that we've been asked to come back again, and we already have plans and have scheduled it in for this fall to again go back to Calaveras High School and to Bret Harte High School and speak to their freshman driver's education classes. That's who we're speaking to. And so reaching them just as they're starting to learn how to drive before they get into their cars, hopefully before they're getting into their cars, and driving and reaching them with this message and the important parts of it. And we're also doing, it's not just driving under the influence, we're talking about drug and alcohol abuse and the damages and dangers that can be to them. And so this grant helps do that. We've also gone into Calaveras River Academy for their Natural High Day. Did interactive where we used the drunk goggles, call them the drunk goggles, which simulate being under the influence and what you're looking at while you're under the influence. And then we also went into, I went to the Family Resource Fair at the Michelson Elementary this past fall, I think it was October of last year. And again, just was able to talk to young people, talk to parents with their young people there. You really impact a parent when we're talking to their young people about drunk driving, that parent's listening to that and hearing that and realizing that they may be, if they ever were to do that and have their child there, maybe endangering the life of their children.
We also have an extension which is called RIDE. It's R-I-D-E. It's our Reduce Impaired Driving and Education Program, and it actually has two different levels where we don't only reach out to the kids that that might actually be one of our clientele, so to speak. We actually have our juvenile probationers, people that have actually been either in our level 1, it's our probationers, our kids that have actually been out being kids. Let's say we go out to a party, we get popped, and oh darn it, I was out drinking, and now I have, I'm in possession, or I was under the influence. But probation decides that they want to send it to us, and we want to do a program. It's kind of like a diversion program. So we start out with the kids that are at-risk children, and then we also have our level 2, which is our at-risk kids that are on probation. This is no longer a voluntary program. This is something that is ordered by probation. So we kind of step it up, and we have 5 different classes that we put them through. We start out with an orientation. It's mandatory that parents are involved during at least 2 of these programs, 2 of these groups, just so that they can get, a lot of times the problem is in the household. We don't have a communication, so we try to fill that gap. We try to give the families the resources that they need in order to get out there and educate their kids on how to prevent this. We take these kids to the hospital. We have an interactive program at the hospital where they learn about what it does to your body. We also take them to the local coroner's office. They don't get to see they get to see the gist of it. They get to see the actual office. The coroner speaks to them and kind of gives them that reality check of this could be you, or you could do this to somebody. So we've actually had some fabulous feedback even from the kids that are on probation, which is huge because having them come back is what we're trying to reduce. So.
All right. Yes, I tried the drunk goggles out.
So we do have our drunk goggles if anybody's interested in just trying them on. We have 2 different levels that we brought with us. I don't know if we have any guinea pigs up here that want to try this on.
What is that?
These are drunk goggles. They actually
Drunk
simulate.
goggles?
Yes, they simulate different levels of impairment. So we actually brought the green, which are a BAC, which is a blood alcohol level of a 0.04 to a 0.06. That is below the legal limit. And then we brought our black, which is a BAC blood alcohol level of a 0.08 to a 0.15. And the reason they vary is because everybody varies depending on your body, different circumstances. And it's interesting. We can put 2 people in the exact same goggles, and they react completely different.
And what we do with these goggles is many times when we're in the schools or we're making presentations, we're allowing the students, or if we're talking to adults, to place those on, and then we'll have them go through some things like just a simple act of catching a ball, throwing a ball back and forth to them. It actually gets pretty hilarious as they're missing what would appear to be simple, or just I'll toss my keys on the ground, ask them to pick that up, and they'll go and they'll miss it. And it gives them a real-life demonstration of what they're actually going through if they're under the influence. And then we turn around and tell them, okay, now imagine driving a 2,000-pound machine on one of our mountain roads like Mountain Ranch or Jesus Maria or something, and trying to maneuver those roads while you're under the influence at even a 0.05 or a 0.08, or especially at a 0.15. And so it gives them a real hands-on demonstration of what it's like to drive under the influence and how dangerous it is to them.
This also gives us the opportunity to partner with our local law enforcement, our probation departments, our local schools, as well as the hospital and the coroner, just to name a few, and opening that bridge up in order for us to work together. As you guys all know, law enforcement is one big chain, and we all have to stay connected one way or another. This is a great way for all of us to stay connected.
Great.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Go ahead.
District Attorney Yoke, I'm sorry, and Assistant District Attorney Matchek. I understand that this program, this is our third year in the grant program?
Third year. We're actually going into our fourth.
Well, this will be our
Fourth year.
Yes, we're
Fourth
going
year.
into our fourth year.
I
Had
noticed
it for 3
in our
years, this will start the
documentation,
fourth.
we have statistics only for 2012. Tell me about 2014. How did we do as far as Calaveras County, as far as our number of arrests, number of convictions, number of DUI fatalities, things of that sort?
Unfortunately, I didn't bring our final quarter with us because I'm currently working on that. It's not due to the state until October 31st. So I don't have those exact numbers for you, but what I can tell you is over the last 3 years up until date, at an average per year, filing is about 290. So we have about 290 DUIs in the county that we are actually filing on in the court system. So these are people that have been caught. This is not the people that are still out there. This is not people that are pending drug results. So a lot of times we have DUIs that come to us under the influence of a drug. With our DOJ, our Department of Justice, it takes a while for us to get those results back. So those are actually pending. The numbers that I provided on an average, the 293, those are people that have actually been filed in our court system.
And that's just for last year?
That is, if I go into numbers, our first year in 2012-13, we ranged at 294. Our second year was 360. And then this current fiscal year, this last current fiscal year, without my fourth quarter numbers, we're looking at 224. And then you have to add your fourth quarter. So,
Not exact figures. Thank you very much for the remarkable memory. How many of those DUI arrests are results of accidents, collisions? I mean, if you have a guess, Milton?
I would say quite a few of them, they may not be in the sense of where somebody is actually injured. And of course, if the driver themselves are injured, there's no extra prosecution for that because they haven't injured somebody else. Or no extra charges or enhanced charges. But quite a few of them, they may be a collision into one of our fencing, one of the barbed wire fence, they may be into a ditch, into an embankment. Those would be included as collisions. But boy, as far as the number, I don't know. But many times I know that that's the initial way that law enforcement contacts these people because there's a call in on a 911 or, there's been that collision, somebody's calling in for help.
and our Office of Traffic Safety does not require us to actually give those numbers. I have an internal tracking system that I put together, and just for our own knowledge, so that we can focus on certain areas. I have that information and I can actually provide that, but it's going to take a lot of, because it is a manual system, so it would take.
I just wondered if you had an idea of approximate average or something of that sort. When's your next educational class at the high schools? I'd like to attend that and see.
We have them, I believe it is, if I have my dates right, the 18th, 19th, and 20th of November. And they've got 2 of those days, I believe, are at Calaveras, and one of them is at Bret Harte. I might have that backwards, I apologize, I didn't bring that schedule with me. But I believe it's the 18th, 19th, 20th, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We're going to be in individual classes. We'll have one large class. We found from past events, they've had like large group presentations where you might have 200 and some kids in, and that doesn't always work well. We found that we're keeping their attention better and getting better interaction from the young people, which is really important, is if we're in the classroom situation. So we'll have classrooms of 20, 25, 30 kids. And and a few of the classrooms have combined to where we maybe have 50 kids in the library, like Calaveras High School. And so we're going to do various classes each of those days. So it won't be a whole day presentation. One day maybe 3 classes, another day might be 1 or 2 classes. But I believe it's the 18th, 19th, 20th of November.
And I'll be happy to email you with those exact dates.
I would
if you
love
don't-
that, my next
We'd love that.
Absolutely,
Could you email just the entire board that schedule?
absolutely.
So you guys gonna do career day?
We didn't last year, we did actually the very first year. Believe it or not too many people want to be, lawyers.
They
when
tend to
you're in
stay
high
away from
school.
our table.
They completely avoid us like the plague. We had a couple people that wanted to come over. Once we brought these little toys out, then it was like, oh yeah. And as soon as you get these goggles on, it's amazing. It's like they're drunk. It's like, their
I think
lips just start getting
somebody had
loose.
them, I think, the year before last at Calaveras. I remember.
We did have them at Calaveras, yes, yes.
Good.
And if
Great.
any of you are interested in attending any of the ride sessions, you'd be welcome to do that as well. The sessions are really powerful, going and meeting with the coroner, going to the hospital emergency room, going, and meeting with victims who have been through this horrible experience. You are welcome to attend any of
So
those
if you don't
as
mind,
well.
could you just forward the schedule to the board when you guys are gonna do that?
Sure, that'd be wonderful.
If I could just, one of the most, I think, the most powerful presentations we did to the juveniles was where we had 2 individual victims. Again, the young lady whose grandfather was killed by a drunk driver, who, by the way, was a ex-CHP officer, and she was seriously injured, very seriously injured. She spoke, and then a young man who was hit by a drunk driver as he was crossing the street in Chico, California, he also spoke. And what was powerful about that is they got not only just to hear the facts of what happened in the case, but they got the emotional impact of that. They've got the actual physical impact. These people, even though they've made huge strides in their physical and cognitive recovery from these DUIs, they are still very obvious that they have struggles and difficulties in their recovery. And the young people could see that. And I think that was one of the most important things, because these people spoke from a personal basis. It wasn't some 60-year-old guy talking to them and telling them, look, don't do this and do that. It was somebody who had been through this, speaking to them on their level, and I think it was very impactful, and this grant has helped us to put things like that together.
Okay, great. Thank you.
District Attorney, one final question. Are we still engaged in the every 15 minutes program in our high schools?
The high schools are doing it. They alternate. Last year, was it Brent?
Last year was Brent Hart, this year is Calaveras High School, and they have asked us to be a part of that. I don't know what
Excellent. My next
extent
question was if they asked
we are
to be
going to
part
be a
of it.
part of that, but yes.
Good, great program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, or they just getting off the hook?
No.
May I?
Public comments?
The most important question is, can they do anything about a speeding ticket I got to? Good. One silly question. When they say under influence, do they differentiate between under what kind of influence they are? Is there some way they can keep track of it? Is the kid high because he smoked something, or is he high because he had a little bit of alcohol, or whatever other stimulants are? That's one thing. And I would love to hear, I love what they're doing. The support, bless their heart. If they can get the money and can they make a difference, go for it. But it would be nice to know this particular program that they're engaging, as that shows any kind of, hey, this really works because we cut back on this and this and this and this type of incidents. That's my question is this particular grant helps them that shows positive results? I'm not questioning intentions, that's great. But what kind of results is showing how efficient it is? Thank you. And if you can't say
I agree with Peter that we should be able to show some results. I don't believe in taking grant money unless we can do something really good with it. If we can't make a difference, we should need to send it to somebody else. But it's hard to say how many DUIs don't happen. So we could look at some numbers and say, oh, look, it went down, and I could stand here and take complete credit for that, or give my team complete credit. So it's really hard to show. Do you have has it been increased?
to our current, so our 13, 14, we were at 360, and then we are now down to 260 some odd. So it has been coming down, yes, and we also have in our behavioral health programs as well, we have more counselors that have been put on because we actually have people that are attending classes now, because we're staying on top of them. Instead of them just falling off the grid and it just not happening, we actually have our counselors that are now contacting us to say these people have not done what they're supposed to be doing. So then we put them back into the court system to say, what's going on? Let's fix this problem. Let's get you fixed.
Great job.
So it's our hope that it's making a difference. If we can reach one kid, that's good enough for me. And I think what's important is, starting the conversation with kids, even middle schools. I'd love to get into the middle school someday. I don't know, I'm suspecting that some parents might be a little squeamish or teachers might be a little squeamish about talking to the kids that young. But, we are hopeful to move into that realm, because I think the earlier you talk to kids about the choices and the situations that they're going to face, the better. It's full-on indoctrination, and I admit it, that they should start when they're young, say, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to drink, I'm not going to drive, I'm not going to do drugs, and just kind of, feed that indoctrination. That might be controversial, but I think, if we can get it into the kids' head to just start thinking about it, they're going to go to parties, they're going to see their friends drinking, so what are they going to do? Are they going to go along with it, or are they going to just, hey, I'm going to be the responsible one, am I going to call mom, whatever the situation is, start the conversation, and this is part of it, getting the kids talking about it and getting the parents involved, and they can be prepared for when they're going to cross those bridges, because it's going to happen. I don't know, is it just a culture shift? The numbers have gone down. If you want me to take credit for it, I will, Peter, but it is hard. It is hard to kind of assess what the numbers mean. But, we're here, and I think we're doing a real good job. I'm very proud of my team for the effort they're making and the outreach and just getting out there and talking to the kids. I would like to bring Milt up to talk about the difference between the under the influence alcohol versus drugs. That has changed over the years, and now there is a breakdown. It's actually a separate charge if you're driving under the influence of drugs, and we do have to break that down, but I'll have him address that to your question. Sure.
The legislature changed the DUI statutes. Basically, DUI statutes were 23-152A, which is driving under the influence of alcohol and or drugs, and then there was 23-152B. These are simple misdemeanor DUIs, which is driving with .08 or greater. Now the legislature has changed A to being just under the influence of alcohol, B being the .08 or greater, and now there's an E and an F. E is under the influence of a drug, and 23-152F is under the influence of alcohol and drugs. And so we now have that distinction to know, okay, when they get charged with an A count, we know, and convicted of that, we can look on their record, we know that that was alcohol, if it's been a conviction that was after the change by the legislature. If it's an E or an F, we know that it was either drug-related or alcohol-related. We're seeing a rise in drug-related DUIs, both the street drugs, marijuana, methamphetamine, cocaine, methadone, whatever it might be, or the prescription drugs, hydrocodone, OxyContin. Those especially are on a rise. There's more of a push amongst law enforcement as well as prosecutors to train on this. I went to a training, in fact, Kathy also went to the training earlier this year in June, and they dealt mainly with DUI drugs, so driving under the influence of a drug, both marijuana as well as prescription drugs and methamphetamine, because this is on the rise. We're seeing that. You can take your prescription drugs and still be convicted of driving under the influence if you are influenced to the point where you can't drive that vehicle anymore as a sober driver can. And so we're seeing a rise of those, and so we'll be able to start seeing a better distinction in numbers as we are moving forward because of the changes in the legislature made to the DUI vehicle code sections.
May I ask another question?
If you go up to the podium.
Oh, yes, sir. But he was looking at me. Looking. No, don't go away.
Don't blame it on him.
Does the cop on the street, does he have the equipment to take a test from the individual who's driving funny? They do have it. Is this the same thing like a breath analyzer or something like that?
For drugs, you mean?
Yeah, for drugs, for different, or is that blood test?
Not yet, but that is being developed. In fact, we were just hearing about that at this training we were at, is that is being developed where it will spot. It's about 3 or 4 or 5 classes of drugs it'll spot. But it's not, the average cop does not have that now.
Okay, so it's kind of hard to do eviction of influence, other than say, hey, the guy's nuts.
Oh, no,
That's
no.
maybe normal. How are you going to convict somebody if you can't test them?
No, I thought you were talking about an immediate test in the field.
On the field.
Like the PAP, no. But what they do is they do an analysis based upon their ability to pass what's called field sobriety tests. And then they'll also have them take a blood test.
On the street?
No, they'll take them to the hospital, get a blood test, and then that blood will be analyzed by the Department of Justice, and that will come back with a top screen showing if they have any drugs in them.
You
and
saw.
then transfer. So there is a
You can
test.
fix my ticket, I mean, like.
House of County Taxpayer Association. It's kind of interesting. I have something positive to add to this. There was a fellow that spoke at the podium when this subject came up before with the probation and with troubled people with drugs and problems with stress and the fellow, his name was. I forget his name, but he was with the Shen Chi Foundation, and his last name was Weaver. And I was quite impressed with his talk because he talked about this training, this martial arts training, actually has a positive effect on the mind. It can bring fundamental changes, even to people with post-traumatic stress disorders. And he's had 20 years experience of it, and he's a nonprofit organization in Valley Springs. And we had him on taxpayer TV for 2 consecutive half-hour shows. And it's really interesting. Anybody that's interested in helping people change their life for the better, it looks like this process works, at least from the information that he was providing. So I'd recommend going to the YouTube Public Access TV and see those 2 shows. And it's worthwhile. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, any other public comments? Board comments?
No, I would make a motion to approve.
All right. Motion by, that was the most words that we've heard all day. Thank you.
Thank
So we
you.
have a motion by Supervisor Pawnee, second by Supervisor
Olivera.
Olivera?
Who's talking to us from Peter?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you, guys. That was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it
Thank
was a
you.
great presentation.
All right, we're going to take 5 minutes.
No. So the next 2 items, 19 and 20, are directly related. We just have to take separate action. So the first one is a lot line adjustment. Second one happens to be an ag preserve contract. It's a disestablishment and a reestablishment of 3 new contracts. So let's take it from the beginning. The Arola Rasmussen family filed an application for a lot line adjustment. We've got approximately 858 acres that is currently in the ag preserve. Michael Arola, William Arola, and Virginia Rasmussen are the trustees of their parents' trust. And the lot line adjustment is to establish new boundaries so that they can disperse the land within the trust amongst the 3 of them. So basically what you have is the lot line adjustment, which is the first action, which will establish the new boundaries of the existing parcels. The next thing is to disestablish the original contract for mom and dad, if you will, and to reestablish the 3 new contracts for 3 separate preserves. This one has a little bit of a twist in that we have about a 43-acre parcel that is going to be non-renewed. It's a county-initiated non-renewal. The reason for the non-renewal is the 43 acres, it happens to be, is going to be owned by Virginia, and it's not contiguous to her other properties that would be placed under contract. So therefore, we'll have to allow that to roll out over the next 10 years. Current ag operation is pretty much what's going to continue as a cattle operation. Virginia has grapes in addition to the cows. The Ag Advisory Committee and the Ag Commissioner's Office all met regarding the application, all three applications, and the recommendation to you is to approve, or I should say disestablish the original contract while simultaneously establishing 3 new contracts.
Okay. Any public comments?
I will note that the applicant and the family were here earlier today, but left at noon due to previous commitments that they had this afternoon. Otherwise, they would be here as well.
Okay, any other board comments? Have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
So I have motion by Supervisor Pawnee, second by Supervisor
Kearney.
Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
That was 19?
Yes, 19?
You can take both of them?
No.
No.
We have to do 20 as well.
That motion was for number 19,
Okay.
and you discussed them twice, or at the same time.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to approve item number 20,
I second the motion.
de-establish and reestablish as
All right,
presented.
so we have a,
Is there public comment for both of them?
so do we have public comment for number 20? So we have a motion by Supervisor Pawnee, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done.
Okay, similar situation, 21 and 22. We have the McKee family. They also have applied for a lot line adjustment in addition to a disestablishment of an existing contract and establishment of a new contract. Reason being is the lot line adjustment was proposed by the family for purposes of separating 2 single-family residences that currently are located on one legal parcel. There's a need for Michael McKee to refinance. Therefore, they needed to separate those 2 houses, and Michael and his wife are going to have ownership over the 80-acre parcel. This is after the lot line adjustment, and Father Douglas and his wife will retain ownership of the remaining acreage and their parcel. So here again, currently we've got 2 legal parcels. Right now, the southern portion of the of this situation happens to be under an ag preserve. The lot line adjustment and the establishment of the new ag preserve will actually add approximately 20 acres to the existing ag preserve, if you will. They're going to maintain the existing olive orchard. In addition, they're going to add walnuts to their ag operation. They've done a feasibility study, which indicates there's capability of making the minimum $2,000 requirement, in addition to the fact that the olive orchard alone is already making that minimum requirement. The Ag Advisory Committee, as well as the Ag Commissioner's Office, met on this as well, and the recommendation to you is to approve. Disestablish the original contract, establishing the new contract, adding the approximately 20 acres, in addition to the lot line adjustment.
Okay. Any public comments? Board comments? Can I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay. Supervisor Wright, or Supervisor Kearney makes a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done. Thank you.
22?
Public comment?
Same as before, there was 2 actions, one for the lot line, one for the disestablishment and the
So,
establishment of the new
Can I have
contract.
public comments on item 22, please? Any board comments?
We're on
22.
She
So
hasn't read it yet.
your action,
They were kind of the...
I presented them both as though they were the same.
Okay.
because they're so directly
It
related.
says, the
Correct.
Established Ag Preserve Contract 273 and Established Ag Preserve number 345. Okay,
Yes.
have a motion, please.
I move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney,
Second?
second by Supervisor Oliver. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to take a couple of minutes so that we can get set up for the presentation. Mr. Moss.
Well, good afternoon. It's been a long day for everybody. Today
Get the mic there, please.
Today I'm joined by Fred from FEMA and Eric from Cal OES. And they'll be joining me today to share their thoughts, their insights, and their updates about what we're doing on the recovery end of the Butte fire. So some of this will be old hat to the board. Occasionally I've been sending out some updates, but it certainly will not be it certainly will not be old hat to the public. So with that said, we're going to go through this. I've asked some department heads to come in as well and to join in the discussion. So we'll go through this, and if the board wishes to have questions during the presentation, that's just fine. Please do so, and we'll go from there. Can we get that light over there? There. Thank you, Megan. Excellent. Okay. This has been the topic of the day, obviously, and it's going to be a topic for some time to come. The fire that we dealt with is absolutely catastrophic, unprecedented. We've never seen anything like it in Calaveras County, to my knowledge. Our structures that have been lost, total 548 residential, 4 commercial, 22 structures that were damaged, and 368 non-structures with 70,868 acres burned. Again, the marker that we used to use in this county was the Old Gulch fire. And indeed, that was a significant fire back in 1992, and it was kind of the yardstick that we always used to talk about wildland fires in Calaveras County. This has long and far surpassed that. Along with your department heads and their staff, crucial agencies that have stepped up during this crisis has been most of them that you're already aware of, and that's CAL FIRE, of course, Cal OES, CHP, FEMA, PG&E, the National Guard has been there. You might have seen some of their vehicles going up and down the road. The local fire departments, mutual aid at many levels, and that includes public protection and law enforcement, certainly. Nonprofits also have had a big role in stepping up during this crisis. And there's obviously many others that we could go on about. So obviously everybody's aware that we transitioned from an emergency response to a recovery operation. This is the difficult part. I mean, not saying that the fire certainly wasn't, it was, it's been devastating. But the reality is the recovery operations are very significant, and we have a long road in front of us. As everybody at the board is aware, as one of the first steps we took as a county is to open up a local agency center and or assistance center. And that was in an effort to assist residents of the county and put them in touch with state agencies and local agencies and also county departments. I think it was really interesting when I came through the room on when the LAC was first up and running, talking to a few employees who were serving the public. They themselves had lost their homes, and I thought you talk about some. Absolutely everybody, and it has touched all of us one way one another, certainly. But I really was very impressed with our staff, who actually were stepping up in the middle of all of this, and they themselves lost everything. The first presidential declaration was for individual assistance. That was made in early October. It brought FEMA into our county, and they joined the effort in recovery. They have set up a disaster recovery center, as everybody is aware of. It's right next door in the old courts. And the idea is to register people who have been affected by the fire. I think they've been very successful over there, and certainly they can comment on that. In addition to that, even though people are still coming through the local DRC, they also are mobilizing mobile DRCs to serve both the communities of Mountain Ranch and Railroad Flat. I don't know what the current status is of that. I do know that the idea was to put a mobile DRC out in each community for at least 10 days. The Small Business Administration has also joined in the recovery effort, and these people are the ones that assist the public low-interest loans for both residential and business reconstruction. Shirley will be covering a little bit more of that under the financial later in this presentation. What happened in the last couple of weeks was an area field office, opened, and it was opened by FEMA at the old Calaveras Tile Building in downtown San Andreas. The AFO serves to coordinate FEMA, Cal OES, and local agency recovery efforts. They include incident organization encompassing infrastructure task force, health and human services task force, environmental health task force, and the burn area recovery task force. Now, we'll be talking a little bit more about those task forces here in a few minutes. So these task forces address concerns from watershed assessment and damage mitigation to shelter, housing, and donation management, and just about everything in between.
Question, sir.
Yeah.
Here.
Sorry.
I'm Brian, how are you?
Good. Yes, sir.
Donation management.
Yes.
FEMA is going to be managing all the cash, monetary donations, that type of thing. Is there any clearinghouse for that, or?
Actually, yes, and Mary Sawicki is actually here. And we'll be getting to that shortly in the presentation.
All right, thank you.
That really falls within inside her shop.
Okay.
So, and it's a big task. I can't overemphasize that. The second declaration was made on October 8th, declaring public assistance to assist the county in covering costs associated with rebuilding infrastructure damage. And this would include, but not necessarily be limited to, the rebuilding of roads, bridges, culverts, and slope stabilization. Slope stabilization is the big one. We've got El Nino coming in theoretically. You never know in California. But it certainly, if that comes in like they're predicting will come in, this is a real hot button issue right now. The declaration may also assist the county in other costs, including mutual aid, staffing, and equipment associated with recovery. Again, Shirley can cover a little bit more of that under the financial aspect of this presentation. At this point, one of the things that was probably the most helpful early on the recovery incident was CAL FIRE came in and stated that we really needed to put together a matrix that is apparently fairly common under the Office of Emergency Services. Part of that, and I won't go through all of it, but part of the main issue, one of the biggest piers, if you will, the biggest foundation is the operations. Okay, so all I've done is include operations in this particular slide. We have brought back Clay Hawkins as an extra hire. He had many years in OES, local OES, very familiar with the program. Also, I have to give credit to an individual from PG&E, Mr. Millar, who came in and actually assisted us and helped us put this together, because this was all new hat to me. So with that said, I mentioned earlier about the infrastructure task force, health and human services, environmental health, and burn Area Recovery Task Force. So what I'd like to do is I would like to start with Mary Sawicki's shop, mainly because Supervisor Oliveira brought that one up regarding the donation. So, Mary, would you be willing to come up and chat a little bit about your task force?
I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
Well, probably not.
But pretend, right?
It's really
Okay. Okay, I'll just go down, if it's okay with you, the groups. Right now, under the, we started out in the shelter and housing group, originally doing the shelters and working with our churches, and of course with Supervisor Ponte out in Angels Camp, because we had people with a wide variety of needs. We had started out with, just one shelter, but then we had people who wanted to stay with their pets. We had people who wanted to stay in a certain area close by, and so we wound up working with the Burson Church, with the Glory Bound Church, who were very gracious, both of those churches, in working in enabling us to have alternatives for people who wanted to stay with their pets. They also did some great work in feeding as well. We opened up the Valley Springs shelter, and then we also opened up the one in Copperopolis because of having some people with needs with breathing problems, and then we work with Good Samaritan.
In Common Grounds with the seniors?
Yes, we work with Common Ground with seniors. All of that came out of the original issue, the fact that we were called by the Sheriff's Department to help with the evacuation, and so we had to have some place to put them, and that's how it all started. Today, we are working with FEMA. We got their list, thank you very much, and what we are doing is taking a look at both the, thank you Supervisor Edson, we are looking at the list of the properties that have been destroyed or damaged. We are matching it with our public welfare list. We are matching it with our mental health list, our substance abuse list of clients, because we know some of our people have special needs. And we are seeing to see who might not have applied yet because of their inability to perhaps be able to come in or whatever, and making sure that we get everyone impossible to apply for FEMA and for the benefits that they're able to do. And those matches are just being done today, and so we'll know very shortly what that will come forth with it on that. And we have been working on the various calls, the housing calls that are going on. Under the mental health group, we have been working with the behavioral health section, and we are looking at providing mental health services. We originally did crisis services and had mental health workers at the shelters. We then, once we began to scale back the shelters, hopefully some people got some sleep, and then we moved into providing mental health services in the communities. And what we are doing is having both the crisis services as we're getting calls and we're finding out, because again, the main issue is that we have people who are in areas that they don't have phones yet, they don't have a way of letting us know, and we do have some people workers who are going out, taking the list of people who were in the shelters and at the churches, going out and literally taking the old pickup truck and going out and doing the road and following people afterwards, saying, how are things going? Many of the people return to their property, whether we like it or not, and finding out how they are doing, finding out for some the real need for mental health services or other services. They need supplies, we're providing those as well. We're also putting together, because we are aware of the need for some suicide prevention training. We're working on that. We found a counselor who can do that. We're setting it up for both Railroad Flat as well as Mountain Ranch. And right now we're just trying to get a hold of the Mountain Ranch facility. There's been some problems, again, because of the fact that there's a little difficulty in getting a hold of the person in charge of the facility. But we're hoping to have that set up. We were going to have it this week, haven't been able to get a hold of the person, so we're shooting for next week for that. And also a group up in West Point, just in case. So that's coming along as well. We're also using our outstations for that as well. As you know, in the outstation, we're hosted usually by somebody else. And so we're trying to provide mental health services in the outstations. And my deputy director, John Lawless, is working with our outstation supervisor, Del Cottrell, to add on days and times. And we are having services at those locations. The Local Assistance Center group, after we finished with the local assistance, we took that information. We are now increasing the hours at our outstations. Mountain Ranch is now going to 11 to 4, 5 days a week. It took a little bit of discussion with the group because originally they wanted the services to be a card table in front of senders, and it took about a week or so to have folks realize that that wasn't going to work for us because we needed computers, we needed some place to talk to folks, both for the mental health. You just can't do that out in front of senders, nor can you do it for any of the other services. And so that took a little bit, I think, and now they wanted the later afternoon. And the services that we would normally provide were in the morning because of the youth services in the afternoon. We now have the later hours because they felt that that was a better fit for Mountain Ranch.
Mary, on those, sorry to interrupt, on those, what are the numbers? I mean, how many people are you processing or helping?
I don't have the numbers yet because they just started, okay? And it's a monthly report, so I haven't gotten that one yet, but I can get those for you if you like.
Thank you.
Okay.
How many people do you have out there doing it?
At Mountain Ranch right now, we have 2 workers a day instead of 1.
Have you, how many people have you increased in your staff to be able to handle this?
I don't have any increase in staff. We've asked for it, but we haven't. Supervisor Edson, you need to realize that the work that we do usually takes a year in training. So it's really hard to get additional.
So you'd have to hire somebody who, like the mutual aid doesn't work with other counties for this?
We've put in requests, but the likelihood of getting it is pretty remote.
Question for FEMA representatives. Is there any resources that we could use from your organization to assist?
We actually have some resources that are in the field. If there is a specific need, the process is to make that request first to the state. And then the state, if the state can't meet the need, the state in turn makes a request from FEMA.
Okay, specifically, we're talking about mental health counselors, right, Mary?
Yeah. Well, mental health, it's been an interesting process because some people just came into the office here wanting to come here to San Andreas, where we thought going out was the need. Now it's a mixture.
It's a mixture. But
So-
is the state providing any type of interesting leads on our requests?
They put in requests to our neighbors. So far, that hasn't proved to be successful. And so we're just going to continue to see what we can do, but they will continue to see
So that
about
is a
it.
priority. Because
So that's EOC, right? Or EOS, OES, sorry. Too
Yeah,
many acronyms
it's
in the
been
past
on
week.
and off, because at first we thought we could, and we thought Red Cross was going to be there, and that's been on and off as well, so that's all I can say on that. So under the Local Assistance Center, we're still providing services, and we will continue to do so. We've gotten just about every piece of information from every group that you can have at a Local Assistance Center out at the outstations, with the exception of those pieces of information that people need to come here for, like for the birth certificates, because the computer's only here, the DMV piece is only here, et cetera. So those we can't do. But we have all of those pieces out there. The applications, a big one is the PG&E application is a big one that people want. And we continue to see what people want, and we do have deliveries out there as well. We also have done, just to let you know, under many of these things, under the shelter also, we've continued to have the washers and dryers and the showers. Thank you for OAS for continuing those contracts because they went beyond the time frames and we really continue to need those. There's not much we can do about that. People are still there. And I notice that people are still at the Burson Church as well. Under the donation management group, what we are doing is this: the 2 donation centers are open. The Resource Connection, Kelly Figueroa has done a great job working with Stacy Johnson with the Burson Church. They've gotten those up and running. And Jeannie Hayward from the food bank is doing, again, a great job of bringing food up to the locations. We are having a meeting on the 21st of the month with all of the various groups that have been involved in the Butte Fire, the nonprofits, and as well as the individuals. And the main issue that I've been having a discussion with the foundations and all of the groups that have been wanting to donate money is to say, can you just wait? And because I want to gather everybody together. Because some of the foundations have a specific thing. They just want money to go to medical, or they want money to go directly to people involved in the Butte Fire, but for a very specific thing or a specific community, et cetera. And what I've said was, what I'd like to do is just get everybody in the room, see who has done what, and to make sure that everybody gets their bills paid. Because right now I've heard people wanting to give to like one organization over and over again, and then other organizations that I know that have really done some great work, but you don't hear about them as much. I'm worried about them not having their bills paid. And so I want to make sure that everybody gets their bills paid. And I've had some conversations in particular with the Calaveras Foundation, who has money not only for them, but also the Amador Foundation has got some funds that they wish to give as well. They see that as a very positive thing. And some all have different time frames. Some have up to a year. Some want to do it in the next 45 days. Some say, I got to give my money now because they kind of like want to get it over with. I'm trying to get people just to wait so we can stretch it out and do a really decent job of making sure that our community is just taken care of and well taken care of. I know a lot of effort has gone into Mountain Ranch, but I also remain concerned for Railroad Flat because when I hear talk, you don't hear talk very much about Railroad Flat. And it's the quiet community that always bothers me. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Yeah, I was told by the director of the Red Cross that they would pay for a person for a year and a half. And I was just wondering what happened to that position or that pay.
That's up to CO.
I've been in contact with the Red Cross, and what they had put forth was a coordinator, and he sent me some, just recently sent what they viewed as the job description or what that would look like. I will forward that to, my intention was to forward it to HR so they could compare it to our county positions. We would get the cost and get that back to him, and then we could go ahead and hire that limited term position funded by the Red Cross. So we are in the process of working on that.
Do we have to hire him, or is it the Red Cross will pay for it?
It was determined it would be better that they do it as a grant and that we do it so that it's under the county's auspices, that we can provide the direction to the person and they would reimburse it.
So we will be actually hiring a person to do that job, but it'll be a grant program, and the grant will be from Red Cross.
It would be a limited term position for 18 months funded by the Red Cross as a
Did
grant.
they give us any timeline to the selection process?
It will be up to us. As soon as I can meet with Human Resources and determine what that position transitioned to in our job classification table, I will get them the cost, which I hope to do tomorrow. And then we will look at the process of getting that person in place.
So 10 days would be a good estimated time for that?
Recruitment may take a little bit longer than that, but
30
we will.
days?
It's really hard to say, Supervisor Oliveira. We put that out there, we tried to get people to come in, but it just depends on the response we get.
Public comment, Cliff?
No, I have a question.
Okay.
Could you take 10 seconds and tell us how the financial accounting for donations takes place? I mean, where it comes from, what happens, where does it go, and how it's dispersed?
Okay, first off, we don't receive money internal to our county. I've recommended that people, it's right there on the county site. They can give money to the Calaveras Foundation, they can give money to the Salvation Army. We can make those recommendations. The funding, the limited funding and we did receive some checks, we used directly at the time of the fire, to give money back out for gas voucher cards or for phones, cell phones, because some people literally left and didn't have a way of contacting anybody, family or friends, and so we bought some limited term cell phones for folks and put some time on it so they could get a hold of their family or friends or be able to do business, call their insurance company if they had their insurance or whatever. That's what we did. I think we have 3 phones left now.
So we basically don't handle any cash?
No,
As a
we
county.
don't do that.
We direct where
Yeah.
people are accepting?
Yeah, and I've asked people to hold on to, the foundations or whatever, to hold on to their funds.
Okay.
Just like the Mountain Ranch community, they've asked us to help them identify people and to give money to. And again, I recommend to them also to think about looking at, if they have a need to do it right away, to look at things that are very practical that people still need now, while things are being decided about, the FEMA trailers or whatever. But people still need to get to work or to get someplace, so think about gas cards. Think about things that people really need that are very practical, and they're using some of their funds for those kinds of issues, and they're finding it very successful.
Thank you. Question for State OES. Are we experiencing any fraud situations where people, and I know this is very common, in crisis situations where they're using this crisis to fraudulently solicit donations? What does the state do about that, if anything? What are we doing about that, if anything?
I'm not aware of any specific situations at this point. Certainly look into it with our sister agencies, the state government, see if they're aware of anything, what steps you can take. I'm not personally aware of any specific fraudulent situations that come up.
Thank you.
Mike, really quick, that's a real good question, and I remember early on in the incident, somewhat related is a contractor state license board. People want to come in and maybe bid on houses or say, if you give me money, I'll do whatever needs to be done, and then they're gone. I don't know if that actually happened or not, but I will tell you that what we call the CSLB was up here almost immediately, and it was really interesting because my understanding is they weren't going to be here on a weekend, and I brought this up to Cal OES, and they got on the phone immediately, and we had inspectors that weekend. As a matter of fact, I talked to Jeff White on a Saturday, and he says, I have 5 people standing here from the CSLB asking me where to go. And I thought that was really good. It showed a very good response from the state agency, and Cal OES was right on it. So if we're aware of an issue such as that, we're bridging the gap.
Excellent program. Thank you.
You bet.
We met 2 of those in the Emergency Operating Center. I'm very pleased to see the state has taken the lead on this. Appreciate it.
We appreciate it as well.
In closing, I just have to say one thing. You talked about or asked about how many people are coming into the outstations. Our interaction is just not with the outstations. We get a ton of emails and calls all day long from the various agencies and organizations, sometimes with whole lists of people with needs, and we work on fulfilling those all day long. So just be aware that the count, I could give you a count of people coming into the outstations. It does not take a look at what we do all day long as far as meeting the needs of people from the fire. So I just want to just throw that in there just as a caveat.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, public comment?
Just come up to the microphone.
Rosemary Wilson from McCullamy Hill. In your presentation, you didn't mention specifically McCullamy Hill or Glencoe. I know you mentioned Railroad Flat and Mountain Ranch and also even up to West Point, but the people in McCullamy Hill and Glencoe may not be as well organized as those people in Mountain Ranch. I know they're all wonderful people, so I wondered what specifically you were doing to address those other communities that have also been impacted directly by the fire.
While we may formally work with the other groups, we do, when I talked about that we have workers going out on, the, shall we say, the road, we do that automatically. That's part of the group. And, you know, people who came to the shelter came first from wherever the fire was. And we're doing everybody, whether they came from Glencoe. You know, it's funny because people listed addresses and just trying to list it. I mean, some people live in Glencoe and their mailing address is San Andreas, people in this room I know of. And so you can't really tell by the mailing address where really somebody lives. So we just go through the whole thing and we just do that. And so it doesn't matter. We will find people. In fact, today we were working on things like, okay, so we have a location, but we don't have somebody's name. And we went through and figured out how we're going to figure out, because we now know those people are missing from FEMA applications. We'll find them.
May I ask what outreach might be happening in, say, McCullamy Hill for those people that are pretty well served, but might still not be able to get down to Mountain Ranch or West Point or San Andreas?
Same thing. We would call. It would still be a call. Or, like I said, if they don't have a phone, we will, and we've had people without phones. I have workers who have gone out where we got a call, somebody was living in a car, and we went out to the car. We're equal opportunity. We will go wherever somebody says there's a need, but we will go, doesn't matter.
Mary, I can also address that. Just over the weekend, we've had our disaster survivor assistance teams deployed all throughout the Vernon area. We have had a team in McCullamy Hill. They visited 31 they made 31 door-to-door visits this past weekend, and were able to register 3 people, and assisted 2 others with some self-registration. So they are making some progress on it.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask Jeff White to come up and speak a little bit about damage assessment. I'm taking these in order. If you look at the first boxes, shelter and housing was first, certainly, and then on down. Next came damage assessment, so I'll ask Jeff to come up and speak just a little bit about that.
Good afternoon, Jeff White, Calaveras County Building Official. As you know, the fire got onto our side of the river around sometime during the 9th of September during the evening. On the 10th of September, I was out to start looking at what the potentials were and what was already damaged. It became clear that there was going to be an extensive operation, and we were going to have our hands full. But by the 11th, the state had supplied us with what they call the DINS, which is a damage inspection group. And they were on the ground sometime I believe on the afternoon of the 11th. So for roughly, I would say from the 11th through the 25th or 24th, I was in direct contact with them consecutively every single day. And I was getting out in front of the fire every chance I got to find out where the potentials would be for the most damage. It was hard to see everything at once, but we worked very closely with them. They did a lot of rapid assessment. There was, I believe, one case where the house, or probably several cases, where the DINS group was on site and actually saved houses themselves. As there was smoke coming out of the walls, they were able to peel the wall back and get in and keep the place from burning down. So it was just a whole bunch of things happening at once. So I kept in touch with them throughout the whole fire, and they kept me apprised of how basically rough numbers. The locations were coming later. So that all is, at this point in time, wrapped up basically with the state and my involvement with what they were doing. And so the damage assessment group, as it was, that I worked with, is they all went home and they gave us their information, and I think more is coming in as well. I don't think they got every single thing and they were working as hard as they could to get every single thing, but I think they probably hit 99% of it, what was out there. They did an extraordinary job. They GPSed everything that they could find. They never missed a beat. They just kept going, and it took them like 10 or 12 days to cover the damage assessment, which is, and there was probably 10 of them, or maybe 15, so there was a lot of people out there. So after we got those assessments in the form that we got them in, the damage assessment group is more or less wrapped up. Now we're into the building inspection permitting part, which is getting a little more robust. We've had a number of we issued a number of permits for electrical service, and we're starting to see a little bit of interest in what can they go back and occupy their homes with. 547, is that what our number we're using on? So with 547 destroyed homes, there's probably 5,000 different scenarios that we're going to have to deal with, and for a long time, probably several years. So I don't even know what to expect at this point in time. We get a variety of things coming in that you would never even dream of. But we're able to handle it so far. I couldn't necessarily do a mutual aid at this point in time because I don't need the people today. I will need them at a different date, a different point in time. So I think an RFP for contract services is probably going to be the best bet for the long haul, as long as we can provide continuity between a consultant group and handling the number of submittals that come in. They could be a bunch of them at once or come trickling in. There's no way to know for sure. So the fire's out, but our fire is probably just going to start. I'm anticipating a lot of activity. So we would like to get priorities for the displaced people, to get them back in their areas as quickly as possible, which is feasible and safe. We got them out of there safe. Let's get them back there safe. So the number of houses that we anticipate that will be reconstructed versus a number of mobile homes that will be moved in versus a number of campers versus a number of people that aren't going to stay, it's going to take a while to see what that actually turns out to be. It's a point of interest, though, that area up there is going to be one of our concerns, as to process as many legitimate and real submittals as we can to help people get back on their feet as soon as they can. So the amount of damage is impressive. In most cases, if it wasn't burned to the ground, it was only partially damaged. So when you burn 30,000 acres in one day, it's amazing how much the destruction really was overwhelming to see it in the impact. So that's kind of where we are at this point in time. We're waiting to see when the next shoe will drop and what kind of needs I'm going to have in my office. I have 2 inspectors that are doing their other work as well. I can pull a plan checker out once in a while and send them out, but I think we're going to have to staff up accordingly as we see the needs. And it's impossible to know what that's going to be at this point in time.
So Jeff, you know, it would be nice to have, and maybe you have this internally, it sounds kind of in your head, you know, you're kind of like, well, I don't really need staff right now, but when this happens, I'm going to maybe need staff. So it sounds like you have this plan in your mind, but I'm wondering if you could share it with us, you know, because what I want to understand is, okay, so right now we're in the cleanup stage. So really, you know, maybe environmental health, you know, is out there kind of leading that part of it. So, you know, and they're going to be starting to get done with sites, we all hope, really quickly. And so at that point, you know, when they're cleaned up, I mean, do you expect, like, they're, you know, 2 months from now, is there going to be a lot of people applying? I mean, how have you planned out how we're going to be doing this in the next year to the best of your ability?
Well, the short-term response to that would be, if winter's coming on, what kind of winter are we going to have? That usually, in a normal course of events, slows things down anyway. So construction during the wet months is not very active. If we were going into the spring, say 6 months from now, I think we're going to see a lot of generated energy toward rebuilding. What has been the hardest part to really sort out for me, and I'll be quite truthful about this, is the financing. I have to figure out what the impact is going to be on the county to perform this work that I feel is a priority. If we contract, we have to be able to have the money, basically, it's that simple, to pay for the contract. So we've talked to OES, talked to FEMA, got a lot of things that seem to be apparent that we can utilize. And so the idea of an RFP, how that can fit with the day-to-day operations versus the fire, it would be nice to have consultants come in that I could branch that off to them and just give it to them and then oversee that. And then we have the other thing with mobile homes and parks and temporary housing and all the things that go along with that include HCD's involvement. And we're working on, well, I'm spinning a lot of plates right now, so I'm trying to keep them from falling off the sticks. But the idea here is what's going to work and when do we need to plug it in?
And if I could just add, what Jeff was talking about was doing an RFP for a consultant or contracting out plan checking and inspecting. And quite frankly, since both he and I have been around a long time, that has been used in the past, especially plan checkers as an outside source. So then you can pull those in when you start to see the plans coming in at a higher rate, or you can pull the consultants in because you have that contract in place as you see the need for those inspectors. So I think that was one of the main reasons why he was putting together the RFP, to look at those consulting firms to give him that flexibility as need determines over the course of the next year or two.
So and Shirley's right on target with that. And if all of a sudden we got a bunch of ahead of the cleanup, so to speak, and we had a lot of work to do, then I'd have to change that plan. So the optimum plan, at least that makes the most sense, is when the cleanup occurs, wherever it occurs, then you backfill that with people that are coming in to take care of the property, however they're going to do it. They're going to build a house, bring in a mobile home, whatever they're going to do. So if and until we get that information in front of us and how much of that, then we'll have the reaction to that will be more appropriate. But it's a waiting game at this point in time, unfortunately. So I mentioned it before that the codes will be whatever code for reconstruction will be the code that's currently in effect. And right now it's a 2013 code. If somebody can't get a submittal in till after the code changes in 2016, that will be the current code. So all the fire preventive measures that are in the codes would be part of the rebuilding process. And I think there's pretty good reason for that.
So as I understand it, Mr. White, we have a plan, but we don't know how to put it into effect. We don't know what the future holds.
Well,
Tomorrow.
yeah, I'm trying to read the tea leaves. And my staff is doing a great job of keeping up with things. If we start throwing more people into the mix and they're different people all the time, it's gonna be a circle in the drain time. We'll be in retrograde. So at a point to where I feel that the staffing that we need for a longer term can dedicate themselves to our process and know the business is when we'll benefit the most.
Are you looking at increasing your staff for building inspectors to establish some type of quick response for requests for inspection?
Yes.
And also for those structures being built without permitting?
Yes. Right now, both the plan checkers I have are working real hard at getting everything off their table now to be able to manage an influx should it come. Not so much so that they can handle it, but if it's a big enough number of permits that are submittals for permits, there would have to be some oversight as to how that process will take place. So having said all that, the best bet for me, looking 5 years down the road, is to have a consultant group that is able and understands the process so we can expedite the plan review and the inspections, and they'll without loss of continuity.
And we developed that through the RTPs.
I'm sorry?
We developed those consultant lists from the RTP, request for proposal,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, they'll be certified and inspectors and all certified people.
Can we put that process in place now, like CAO Ryan said, so when we do hit that point, we're hitting the ground running?
Actually, my RFP is in circulation right now.
Okay.
To get its copious quantities of red ink on it so we can change it the way it's supposed to be. And then at that point in time, we can pursue it in the proper fashion. And this week, I'm going to actually meet with several consultants that I know that I have professional chapter alliances with that offered to help. I've had a lot of offers for help, and I had to bring them all in, but we have to do it in a certain way. And some of them have been through this before as well, so they know when we're on our backs. So that's my plan.
So, Jeff,
it's Plan A.
I appreciate the effort that you're making, but I think we need something more in place, because what I want to see is, before I end my term up here, I want to see those houses built. There's 580-something houses, so let's come up with a plan on how we get those built. Let's not, I know it's going to be challenging, but I want you to go back and work at developing a proactive plan on getting people to have their house built. Because that's what we need. We don't need to sit here and wait for people to figure it out. We need to be out there developing a plan to get it rebuilt as quickly as possible. Because every day that we don't is a day that we lose these people. And when they hear, with all due respect, you're telling us the truth about how bureaucratic situations work, but we need to figure out how to make it much more efficient than it was before the fire.
If I could just say one thing, Supervisor Wright, is that is a monumental task in 15 months. It doesn't just rely on the building department to issue the permits and do the inspections. It requires the architects to draw up the plans. It requires sufficient contractors to build 545 houses.
I hear what you're saying, right? And that's not what people want to hear. What they want to hear is that the government that they're paying for all these hundreds of thousands of dollars on the brightest minds in the county, how they're coming up with a plan to get them in their house as quickly as possible. That's what they want to hear, and that's what I want to hear. And I understand it's going to be damn hard and probably totally impossible for the 586 in 1 year. But let's push it. Let's push the envelope as far as we can, because we have to start thinking in the post-fire mentality instead of the pre-fire bureaucracy thinking?
About a week ago, or a week and a half ago, I had, my plan checkers and I had a meeting with all the designers, all the architects, all the engineers. We've done this. We're all singing off the same sheet of music. Everybody is in place. If and until somebody comes to you as the engineer and says, draw my plans, we don't have anything. So the engineers know what we want, the architects know what we want, the designers know what we want, the contractors know what we want. We've had these meetings. So they're saying, where do we go from here? Well, they're out there. They're out there kicking up the dust and talking to people, and they're wanting to get the work. So getting the work means they make the contact with them, draw the plans. It takes a while to draw the plans, and then the turnaround time won't be that terrible depending on how many they come in. But again, I want to emphasize, we want to prioritize that. And then we start kicking out the permits, and it's in the hands of the contractor. If he's got 12 houses to build, it's his problem. How fast can he put up 12 houses? And turnkey from start to finish, digging the trenches, putting in the foundation, all the way to the end of the job, depending on the house, could run anywhere from 4 to 7 months or even longer. So that's fast tracking it.
Right. And what I hear you saying is that there's a lot of work that you're doing, like you just said there, that I was never aware of.
Well, and
so
I'm glad it came up, and this is what this is about, yeah.
That's why we're here.
And so that's very, and there's probably additional information that I've just failed to ask the right question to elicit from you. So what else, like I asked for this plan, a proactive plan, what else would you suggest that we do? How can the people help speed this process up, and how can I help those people speed it up?
Well, if they have to listen to FEMA, they have to listen to Cal OES, they have to listen to the experts that are here that can help them understand how the insurance thing works, how the policies work, how it may or may not be affected by what they want to do. And FEMA and OES have a lot of good information to get them in the right place as soon as possible. So as often as they can explore all those options as to what their particular needs are, then they know where to go from there. And we've been meeting quite regularly with a planning group, because we're all in this together with all the land use for sure. We've been running the red eye every night on this thing to try to unscramble the eggs. It's a mess. And we got to try to look at where am I going to get the best bang for the buck? Where do I go to make this work the best way? May not be the way you think it is today. It may change till tomorrow, on the next day. So you always have to have plan A, plan B, all the way to plan Z. So thank God I'm working with the people I'm working with, because it really is working out well. I think from what I've seen, based on the magnitude of what we're up against, it's gone really quite well. Very well coordinated. We got the right players in the right place at the right time at all levels. So I can assure you that we have every opportunity to look at the best way to expedite this. We can't, we can tell you, you can pass it along. We can tell everybody that we have contact with that we can pass along. We try, the people that come to our counter daily, we try to make sure that they understand that. There's still a few loose ends, for sure there are, the temporary trailer parts and, those kinds of things. But once we have a commitment to how we're going to go in a direction, then I can direct my staff as to how we don't have to backtrack, because we want to make sure we stay on course. So yes, my staff is spending a lot of time trying to figure out where their best moves are when it comes to dealing with this. And we've been downstairs to Jason's shop. We've been over to Peter's, been dynamite. He's been help everywhere. Jeff Krovitz, the wild man, I don't know where he is half the time. He's like a whirling dervish out there. But things are happening. But there's so much happening at once. I only know a little piece of it. And then once in a while we're able to get together and say, okay, this is what's coming at you. What do we want to do?
Chairman. CEO Ryan, are the expenses that we're going to incur as a county for rebuilding is that part of any recovery reimbursement program from state or feds? Do we know? And I'll give an example. We have to put on extra plan checkers. We have to put on extra building inspectors. Is any of that reimbursable, or is that solely on the county?
There are eligible expenses regarding recovery. We have a handy-dandy guide here too, and I will talk a little bit about those categories. We have it both through FEMA and because we got the Public Assistance Declaration and CDAA, and there's different programs within those that are covered up to 75% by FEMA, 18.75% by CDAA, and then, but there's also a county cost involved of at least 6.25%. Those are for eligible expenses, and our auditor controller has been keeping a very close eye on what's coming through, what is eligible, what's not eligible, because those ineligible expenses are 100%. So we heard under CDAA, there is assistance, 75%, that will help with cover the cost of the contract for the inspectors and plan checkers for recovery processes. But we also have certain building permit fees that will also help cover those costs. So it's going to be something that we will have to carefully monitor what's eligible under FEMA, what's eligible under CDAA, and what's going to be county share of cost as we go through this process to not only provide the best and assistance that we can to our citizenry, but to also make sure that as a county, our financial system, it remains secure.
Okay, so we have those avenues available. Is there any way that we can man those positions in preparation for that, prior to that, and still be reimbursable so our financial system stays in place?
We can man those systems, but do you want those people there sitting around with no permits to issue or with no plans to check or no buildings to inspect? That's why Jeff has put forth that the best methodology for dealing with this, at least initially, is through the RFP process and getting a consultant on board, because then he can see what the trends are. If we're having a sudden influx of permits pulled and plans brought in, he can bring those consultants on to get those plans checked and back out. If there's a sudden, come spring, say, there's, people bring in 100 different plans and they're getting ready to build, he can bring those, the consultants in at that time so that he's maximizing the use of them and without having them sitting around waiting for people to bring those plans in.
So the question is, when do you tilt the world in my direction is going to be probably not too much longer, next couple of months, I would imagine. And hopefully we'll have everything in place to where we can deal with that. On top of that, and when you see the word infrastructure, and Jeff Krovitz and I have talked about this, both of us share some major concerns here. Infrastructure is the roads, all the stuff that Public Works would deal with, drainage, more than we can even sit here and talk about. Plus, how do we keep the people that are in these neighborhoods safe again? And the infrastructure, we want to make sure that we do it right. We can do it right, we can do it quickly, but we don't want to have to do another fire like the Butte fire. So we need to be prepared for fuel management. We need to be prepared for all the codes that are built and designed since the 1970s to prevent the problems we have with a bad managed fuel bed out there. All we needed was a few dry years, and this is what we got.
Question? You mentioned about plan checks and building inspectors, but I find what most people want is, when they call or come to the counter, they want information to help them plan with what they have to do. So do you feel like you have the staffing now to be able to answer those kinds of inquiries that come through?
I think we can on the normal, regular type of things that we're talking about daily. There isn't a day that doesn't go by that we're trying to figure out where the next solid ground is as far as giving people advice. They come in and they want a temporary or trailer permit. We don't really do temporary trailer permits, and all we can do is pass a message. There's the executive order, there's our ordinance that we're trying to put in place, and we would, our aim is to provide for a safe and healthy environment, which means get that stuff that'll kill you off your property before you go back and live on it.
Okay.
And
then,
so that's there's a lot of little nuances that occur. So and then I work real close with Jason back here because we're really partnered up tight on this. And if it comes to where we have to do individual evaluations of sites to modify what our ordinance says, then we're going to be that many more people short by going out and looking at different types of problems. Where do you draw the line on this stuff? Okay, we can do it here, but you let that guy do it here, but how close can you do it there? And that creates a magnitude of problems that, and I don't want to be the one sitting in the witness stand someday and say, why'd you let these people back in there?
That's
and if
my
we
concern.
indemnify ourselves
Right.
and we're covered, and I don't have to look over my shoulder for the rest of my days, I'm okay with that.
Right.
And it has to make sense, and I know that we can do things that make sense, but we can also get a little too hasty here and make some mistakes, and I just say we need to guard against the possibility of getting too far down the line and then well, that was regretful, what are we going to do about it?
Right. I just see, right now there's just a lot of Q&A. There's just lots, what can I do? How can I do it? Do I need to do it this way, that way? Time for all this kind of stuff. And sometimes it's that customer service aspect that people need to have. Because I can see it happening in environmental health. I can see it happening in planning, public works. People just not knowing. If you've never built a house before or anything like that, just like, what do I do and in this sort of thing. So, maybe on the front end, it's like, do you have enough staffing to help with that? And then the back end will be your plan checkers
I think
and
that
inspectors.
at this point in time, and I agree with what you're expressing here, and I do think at this point in time, I do see where well-informed people at the counter would help take some of the strain off the front counter. They're doing really a good job of it.
They're doing a great job.
But when there's 20 people standing in the lobby, you start having to at least recognize that they're there. And if they're all having the same kind of questions, you can kind of answer them in a group and that sort of thing. I think what we did that really helped a lot was we had the contractors and the architects and the engineers. They're aware of. We're a team now. We're going to pull the sled in the same direction.
Right.
And then on top of that, we've had the contractors license board here. They're putting up their signs all over the place. They're making sure that the people that are doing the work are disciplined for the license they have. It's a felony to contract in a disaster zone, and we have been very proactive in letting people know and putting signs out there all over our poster board to avoid finding the wrong unlicensed contractors that can make a bad experience even that much worse. So yes, as the information becomes real, we try to disseminate it, and of course we're getting questions that are really kind of not answerable at this point in time. So.
And just out of curiosity, in the height of our building, how many permits would you issue?
During the peak years, I think we were doing new homes. I think even in the winter, we were doing probably 30 a month. That's when everything was, out of control in another way.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious.
But now,
to see.
that was before the balloon broke, and now we're down to.
Well, I know that's when there was a lot of outsourcing.
Yeah, so
during that peak.
the normal stuff that we have been doing has been ramping up, and I hear that from the other jurisdictions as well. They see an influx in a lot of in commercial and residential. So that worries me a little bit too. I need to get good people. Hopefully they're not all busy doing something else.
So you have two factions. You're going to have that temporary housing stuff going on, and then once that kind of settles a bit, then you're going to be looking at the new construction. Or
Correct,
the
and I've been
remodel.
talking to the HCD inspector on the phone numerous times. We have a pretty clear understanding of how we can work together, and we just need to iron out some of the little bumps along the way.
Because you guys don't inspect the mobile homes, correct?
We do, the mobile homes, if it's a new mobile home, they bring it in and it's an HCD-approved system that the foundation is on, then we do the inspection for that.
Okay.
Any site-built stuff, we do the inspections for those, so that would include power drops, septic, wells, and a lot of this is gonna be septic and wells on these temporary things. That's gonna be the majority of it. Whether they get their trailer perfectly level or not is not the problem. So, and where they put them is gonna be another issue. And like Chris said a while ago, they're out there doing it already, and, you know, oh well, that's too bad, but we gotta focus on where we can help people when we authorize the repopulation of these areas.
Thank you.
Jeff, based on what you're saying, would it be possible to put together some frequently asked questions with the answers so that, you know, we can put that on the website and on the Facebook? That might alleviate a lot of the concerns and questions, and that would provide a good information to people who are asking all those questions, so that there's a place they can go and look at those.
Yeah, that would be very helpful, because the questions admin hears, or the questions county council hears, or the supervisor hears, or planning, or me, they're all different. And so everybody's got a different battery of questions they've been being asked. So somebody may hear, okay, I got this part right, and they go somewhere else and they try to ask the same question somewhere else, and then it kind of unravels because there's other things involved that may not have been addressed with a previous place they went. So yes, that would be, by now we should know what most of those questions are.
Yeah.
Not if they don't know how to ask them.
I'm sorry?
Not if they don't know how to ask them.
Well, we can certainly put the information out there that we have heard so far.
Yeah, that's right. I think all those questions are good.
So my experience has been that the people that have been going through this process are confused. They've been traumatized severely in their lives. They have nothing left, and now they're dealing with this bureaucracy and a bunch of different entities like OES, like FEMA, like insurance companies, like the county codes, like all of this information that's out there, and they can't even comprehend it all because they're stressed and they don't understand it. And so there's an issue there.
Well, we have dealt with people that have come in to do their first house or whatever they're doing, and we recognize the need to spend time with people to explain a process to them. I know if I was a displaced victim right now, I would be just as confused as probably the best informed person when you have to go through all these types of things to try and figure out what's going to impact me and what isn't. And we haven't done this one yet. This is our first rodeo on a major event like this. And I think we're holding it together pretty good, and we're having a good dialogue. Everybody's trying to keep the dialogue going, trying to put out the fires before they get started, no pun intended, but it's really, as much as everybody wants this to happen like that, it can't. It just can't. So we're doing the best we can to just expedite everything we possibly can and not have to revisit it as a mistake.
One way we might be able to get the information out to some of these folks, State OES, FEMA, do you have videos, 5-minute videos, things that address these issues that can be played, say, in our public access TV access, things that we might be able to run a a program in the waiting room of the building department, that videos can answer some of those questions those folks may have. Take a little pressure off of you, but that gives a basis to ask intelligent questions. And believe me, folks, every single supervisor and every single employee of this county is getting asked those questions. One of the problems we have is we don't have the answers either, but they're looking to us as their supervisors to get those answers or have those answers. So I think it's a two-way, three-way street here.
Well, and the other thing that has to be part of the equation here, land use, the building department, the health department, and to some degree, a lot of the planning, or the planning department as well, all the land use departments, we're regulators, and we have regulation that we have to use. How we can, and the executive order that we have now relieved a lot of the hard things that we would have to deal with. It really made a difference in how we can expedite things. But we still have regulations, whether we like them or not. I didn't create them, I have to tell you what they are. That those are the things that we want to make sure that we have that part of it covered. And by explaining this to people that have to have a reason to know what they're trying to accomplish, they know that there's regulation. They don't necessarily like it, but we have to explain to them, this is how the world goes. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It's just worth bringing up that we can find ourselves to a point to where you got to say, wait a minute, let's look at what we're really trying to accomplish. And we want to help them. Believe me, we want to help them. Some of my employees they were burned out. So, they're in the same boat.
And I see that.
It hit home for sure.
It's a very horrific situation that we've been through, and when people are stressed and they've lost everything, it's just hard to mentally wrap your head around that and then try to move on. It's just difficult all the way around.
Yeah, for all of us.
For all, and including, as I see with the county staff and the support staff, it's like, we're all in this together. And sometimes we just have to take a step back, take a deep breath, recognize that, and then how can we help you? So I just think that as you move forward, and really in all these areas, it's going to change. Right now it's the need to be the PR and telling people, answering their questions and giving them information so they can help plan and rebuild and do whatever it is that they may do. And then in 6 months it may be, oh my gosh, you need 4 plan checkers and 6 inspectors and nobody at the front counter. I mean,
Right.
it's going to go like that. I
The
see
progression
that.
of things will dictate where we need to lean.
And I think that's with all departments. Mary may be, no longer worrying about shelter housing, and there's a lot of mental health.
Yeah, it's a dynamic situation, and I think we're well prepared to adjust to whatever is humanly possible. It's what we hope to do. I only was going to take 5 minutes, and I took 45, or something like that.
They had some good information.
Well, yeah, and believe me, anytime that any of you want to come over and see where the next bomb's going to go off, come on over, because we really do have some issues in some areas that we have to deal with, and I think we're going to have to get ramped up and be prepared for what's definitely ahead of us, and that's going to be repopulating in an orderly manner that makes sense and helpful. We want to be as helpful and safe as possible.
Safe is pretty important.
So, anything else?
Not at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Now's your chance, run.
Yeah, my mouth is getting
Don't go
dry.
home just yet, though.
Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate that.
Okay.
The next one up, of course, is...
Excuse me, is there any public comment allowed?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm always concerned when the first thing that somebody says is that they want to hire a consultant, because I think it the direction should come from within the county. Maybe there is a difference in descriptor, job descriptor, where in fact, instead of saying consultant, it would be extra work, and that might be the case. But, you know, I've listened to Mary and I've listened to Jason, albeit remotely from England, and then Mary again today. And there was hope, there was leadership. And I didn't see that in the last 45 minutes. I could say more, but I think I've said enough. Thank you.
You're gonna love me. Folks, I'm really sorry some people have to swallow in self-pity, public vote, and so on. That's your job, okay? I know some people mentioned 548 structures, plus or minus, some of illegal, some legal, and so on. Fine. But before you get started on some of the individual houses, maybe, and I've been putting it off about later on that some of the motions slows down. PG&E. Now, I don't know if the report's correct, it's valid or not. Some PG&E, tree over a PG&E wire caused a fire. I don't know if it is or not. But, looking at the environment, how about getting on PG&E's case to put the damn wiring underground? A lot safer. All the other companies, I don't know if it's a natural gas company or the cable companies, how to call it, new internet wiring, they go underground. And PG&E poles are not exactly the safest thing on those curvy roads, especially for deer jumps out on you, but that's detail. Talk about wet months. That's maybe inconvenient. Does anybody think about if there is a wet month? And I can really trust the weather people. Is there going to be any landslides? Public Works complained about what they had to do, a whole bunch of fines and stuff, recouping because some of the landfill dirt slide down there or something, and you have to repair it, mudslide. And the other thing is, folks, somebody gotta take the blame and the glory. We got way too many chiefs in this county. And I'm not knocking it. You know, you got planning department, building department, so on. One of these days, and I know every one of the chiefs are very busy. One of these days, in case of an emergency situation, put one person in charge, and if he has to kick butts or kiss butts or whatever it is, get somebody in charge. Folks, you know experts, and I'm not knocking, and it's not negative, but you are not trained or prepared for this kind of test. That's why you have hired an expert. But folks, you got dozens of experts, and they go off different tangent directions. I would want you to consider, he's got nothing better to do. This guy over here, put him in charge. And let him communicate with you folks. And you folks better get the right information so you can make the right decisions. I agree with Chris. I understand what the building department does, but your first priority, and make his first priority, get the people taken care of and safe. That's first and primary priorities. I don't care about the comfort of the labor force. They're going to get compensated for it. They went to engineering school for all those years. That's why they make the big bucks. Solve it. That's what they get paid for. So Plus, there's a whole bunch of other little minor details that some of those departments screwed up. And I said, well, let's wait till the motion settles down. Street addresses, street names. I don't care if it's a planning department or a public works or whose. It's been screwed up in this county.
30 seconds.
At this area where you're going to be rebuilding, that's a good place to start. Remedy it. My fireman knows where I live. But if you got some guy come down up from LA, and the way the street signs are, numbers, even odds, and all that stuff, this would be a good time to think about it. Plan on it. But guys, thank you. And I'm not here to give you a hard time, but thank you very much. I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. Thank you.
Okay, next I would like to invite Jason Batesler up to talk a little bit about debris management. I know that you've been hearing that today, so it'll probably just be a real quick recap. One of the things I want to stress, though, right now is that this whole matrix is very fluid. When we first started this process, we had a lot more boxes than we do today. Okay, as the incident moved along, some of those boxes fell off because tasks had been accomplished. One of those boxes that's still on this chart is really animal services. That box can probably come off today, and Jason can speak to that. But the idea is for us to move through these and hopefully eliminate these as we move along. At one time, as you see, the LAC group, that is taken a different form today, but the LAC that was here on campus is no longer on campus, as an example. So again, very, very, very fluid, and that's what it's designed to be. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason.
Jason Batesler, Calaveras County Environmental Management Agency, and I'll give a recap of how we got to the debris management where we're at. September 18th, the first day that we could get in behind the block lines with staff and mutual aid from other counties, we started performing site assessments. So that was with environmental health staff, public works, agriculture department, and planning department, along with people from LA County, which was ironic. I found out that LA County Environmental Health has 700 people in their full environmental health department, and we have 5 people, so that was a little different in numbers. But San Joaquin County and Sacramento County, and so within 13 days we completed 723 property site safety assessments, not only looking at hazardous materials, hazardous waste, but in addition to well and septic on the properties, and staff log pictures. And that enabled us to get Department of Toxics here, tomorrow will be 2 weeks ago, to initiate the hazardous waste removal. So tomorrow will be where Department of Toxics, and then a week ago, Fed EPA came in with 3 teams, so we have a total of 5 teams removing household hazardous waste at the private properties. Starting yesterday, we have 2 teams starting the debris removal process. We have a class that started today with the 40-hour HAZWOPER for local contractors to be part of that process. And I want to step back here. I know a lot of people during this presentation have been talking about outreach. During the site assessments, we developed these packets, not only for people on debris, proper personal protective equipment. We had the water fill stations from CCWD. All the information that was given to us at the time for the Emergency Operations Center, we put in a packet and handed out to the public while we had field staff. And that was also part of our right of entry form with the county and state debris funded program. So we've been constantly trying to feed the public, whether it's out in the field, town hall meetings, or press releases, working with the Joint Information Center, getting information out to the public. So in the county, we declared a health emergency, and then the board signed the MOU with CalRecycle to start our, through the California Disaster Assistance Act, debris removal program. So today, finally, or yesterday, boots on the ground. I know it's starting off slow, but we want to make sure that it's done right, the processes are correct, we have the right operations in place, and then at the end of this week, we're going to be increasing. I have an operations chief from retired Director of Environmental Health from San Mateo County. He's worked in this capacity before. I have a plans chief, Natalie Lee, she works for Air Resources Board, worked in this capacity before. I have a retired director from Sacramento County assisting our department in coordinating the class right now, and also public information, getting that information out to the public. So as we ramp up the debris removal process, hopefully in the end of October we can have 25 teams. These are 10-person teams, broke the county into 4 areas, and looking at logistics first, as I spoke of earlier, environmental sensitive receptors, and clean up those properties, and then moving out from there into the 4 different areas. Looking at roads, we know there's going to be impacts, a lot of trucks going on the roads, so we're hoping, or once we get going, I've talked to the Joint Information Center, just got an email wise in here, we're going to start putting information on the CAL FIRE trap lines. So daily, put information out, what areas of the county the debris removal teams will be in, and where we are in the process. So really trying to increase our communication with the public. To date, we have 530 approximately. I was trying to get staff to give me a number, but last week, when I left on Friday, it was at 480. Since then, we have 530 right of entry forms. So those are people that are participating in the county state program. We've also developed and hope to release that tomorrow, where people can self-certify. If they don't sign up with our program, they can go through a self-certification process. I finally received the parameters from Cal Recycle on cleanup goals, on what that's going to be. We have some information where they can take the waste to, whether it's metal for recycling, green waste, and then the ash, and how to properly handle that. They'll submit a work plan to us, just as the operations people are performing for the debris removal under the county state program. And again, as I've been mentioning in the town hall meetings, it's about protecting, one, our workers, our properties, and our communities, why we attack this massive cleanup. And my goal, and I'm putting pressure on OES, Department of Toxics, and the people that are part of my operations is, with any other weather permitting and everything else, is to have this done by January 1st. So that's the county state program. I know there's going to be people out there that are going to self-certify or that aren't going to sign up in any program, and we're developing processes for that. As far as the site assessment in our wells, we've developed a expedited self-certification. A lot of the wells were damaged, so staff had them develop a self-certification form for well drillers, pump contractors, to complete a form, the work that they're performing above ground. And so we know, because we have records of the wells that were damaged, and that they can self-certify and get that information to us. So we gave them about information on sampling the well and to expedite that process so we can get those, because we don't have the staff to go out to all those well sites. So we developed an expedited self-certification process for that.
Okay, in a nutshell, what is that procedure, self-certify? Take a sample, send it to a lab?
Nope, it's a lot of the well casings were damaged. We're advising people, we can't force them to sample. That's not in our ordinance. So we're highly recommending that they do sample. What it is what did they replace? Did they replace the pump, the plumbing? What did they do to, as far as fix the casing coming out of ground, to seal pictures to show that it's sealed up? And we've gotten positive response from our pump contractors and well drillers for that.
Good.
Yeah.
Good job.
So that's where we're at in a nutshell with the debris management group. Tomorrow night I'll be speaking briefly in Mountain Ranch. I was asked by a community group, they're having somebody speak on stress management, and I'm going to speak on debris management, so hopefully I don't stress too many people out beforehand, but it will be, I just want to keep plugging the communities in, and so they know where we're going and where we're headed with it. So as we move forward, if we run into any types of issues, I will be letting the board know, and we'll be issuing press releases for that. So, and again, as we mentioned earlier, we'll also be working on deploying stormwater mitigation measures, wattles, not around the whole ash structure, but in areas where if there's a slope, we can contain that on the property, because we know we're not going to be able to get to all properties until, hopefully by the end of December.
What if you make wattles out of pine needles?
They're working on that,
Yeah.
yep, so some of the wattles that are coming in, I put the contractors in connection with our local people that are making the pine needles, and then also with another local contractor who makes them out of compost, so.
So Jason, I want to thank you for keeping in constant contact with me. I appreciate it. You've kept me in tune with every step of the way. Great communication. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So it's, as Jeff kind of reiterated, you know, it's with we've been coordinating with all of county staff, and I'm even sharing my list of the right of entries to the assessor's office, so they have a list. We were given a list preliminary off the DINS report, and this list keeps evolving, but I'm willing to share that with whomever, so we have the property owners that have signed that, so we're sharing that information so she can get her team out there, and you know, just it's.
Is that the same? Mary mentioned a list that she had that she was using. Is that the same?
I don't know.
No, I sent that. That's
Yeah,
that list
no.
that you got. From
I'm good with the list.
So if you could share that with all the department heads,
I can do that. I can do that. So that's, and what staff are doing, part of it is when people, as we know, we have an address problem, but when people come in and say that they're the property owner and it's this address, they're confirming it that they are the property owner, and so we are giving that information to the debris removal operations team. The operations team was working out of my office. They recently moved to Angels Camp so they could have more space. So if you were down in my office, you saw a lot of activity. It's now happening out of Angels Camp, but that's why I have Mel Knight, the retired director from Sacramento County, here to assist and plug me into what's happening with their operations. So.
Are those employees part of a mutual aid request?
I do have one employee here as part of a mutual aid agreement to assist with, because I still have staff, 5 staff, along with Public Works is assisting me in being the county liaison in the household hazardous waste removal right now. And so I have one staff person here from Sacramento County who's here on mutual aid. The people that are here as far as my operations are contracted through Cal Recycle, and that's through the California Disaster Assistance Act. So they are contracted through Cal Recycle to assist us. So I've been meeting with them, and they're doing a great job, but a little bit separate. I've been keeping track of all of my staff hours in spreadsheets for Rebecca and mutual aid workers, and even the Samaritan's Purse has given me their spreadsheets of volunteer hours for their efforts in assisting people on the personal properties while they're looking for personal belongings. So, any other questions for debris management or public comment?
I have a question, Chair. How many contractors are going through the class?
Well, today we had 48 contractors signed up in the class, and we're looking at having another class, not next week, but the week after. So, and I believe with this class, we ended up opening up to some of those contractors that weren't even going to be part of the subcontract for the county state debris removal process, but maybe wanted to have the class so they could help people if they wanted to self-certify. And if we have enough interest, we'll have another class in 2 weeks.
Good.
So
Thank you.
that's what we're doing with that. That was an interesting process in itself. So, Animal Services, as Brian mentioned, were scaled down. That initial group was obviously in the full response stage of the fire, and so I, just since I'm here, that wouldn't have been able to be all the assistance from volunteers, Focus, Humane Society, Lori and Debbie out at the fairgrounds. There's tons of volunteers that got us to where we're at, and the successes that we had with Animal Services. So with that group being up there, we're looking at long-term and short-term care of animals that we still have. I haven't got a recent number from Henning. Earlier in the week, we had 7 dogs and approximately 50 cats, and I think there's still some animals at the fairgrounds. But as I think that group's going to fall off, we have an issue that comes up, and so I would like to keep it there for maybe another week until we get a few things smoothed out. But other than that, but I talked to Henning and the volunteers, and they've been doing a great job in managing what we have going on there. So as far as mutual aid or extra staffing, I feel we're doing good, and the community support was just amazing. So. Any questions? A little more than 5 minutes, sorry.
Very good. Thank you, Jason. Really quickly, I'm going to do this quickly because Jeff is not here. Under the Burn Area Recovery Task Force, that certainly is Jeff's shop. He is a big player in the recovery. We had our first watershed assessment group, at least meeting that I attended last week. Supervisor Edson and Supervisor Wright were both present at that meeting. I thought it went very well. FEMA, Cal OES, actually it was really a full house, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in this presentation. But I think that they're off to a good start, but it's also a critical start. And again, I can't overemphasize the potential of what El Nino might bring in the way of mudslides and really mud flows. So we'll talk a little bit about that in a few more minutes. I know that Jeff has been out with the damage mitigation group. He's been out working very hard, doing lots of review as to what needs to be replaced. Again, roads, culverts, bridges, those types of things. I know that when I toured the fire area early on, seeing bridge abutments, and that's all that remained. And I'm sure that there's a lot of that throughout the county. But it certainly was eye-opening and actually quite stunning in many ways. So I know Jeff would speak in a lot more detail on this, but I will just go ahead and move forward, and we can just discuss again watershed assessment a little bit more as we move along.
But before you go anywhere else with this,
Yes.
I've kind of been holding back, and it's really the reason why I asked that the last item be held too. We have in our county code a prescription for disaster counsel, and I read that, and I just don't see that that we have followed that very well in this. I don't think any of us were quite prepared for what happened. First off. And I also don't want to give the impression that I think anybody has done a bad job. I know that there's been some incredible efforts put out, and I do appreciate it. But I also want to say that I think the Board of Supervisors has, in the last couple of weeks or so, maybe 3 weeks, has felt a little disconnected from what's going on. And, you know, a lot of that happens when we go out into the community, and our relationship with our constituents is a little different than what you may be experiencing or your typical relationship as a county employee. I don't feel like we've been kept informed of what's happening in an up-to-date way. And like right now, I feel like I'm going to leave this meeting and I won't know what's going on for another 2 weeks, except for things coming out on Facebook or maybe the website. And I'm not sure that that's how we should feel. If you go in the Title II, Chapter 2.72, it prescribes a disaster council. And that disaster council, if we don't want to go by that, then we need to change the code. Because I think what we're doing right now is we've been forced into a situation where we are setting the tone for dealing with future needs, or, you know, whether we want to realize it or not, future disasters. We could have another disaster if we do get El Nino rains this winter. Or on the other side of the coin is, if we don't get rain, we could have a disaster. So, I mean, the rain, we potentially have another disaster in the next 12 months. The Disaster Council sets up the exact way it should be dealt with and who deals with it. And starts with the chair of the board. And I'm not trying to dump more on his shoulders. I know he's busy as a bee all the time. But maybe if we would have this organization that's prescribed in this county code, we would also have the Board of Supervisors who we're asking these questions of. Because often when I'm calling to get an answer, I get somebody's answering machine because they're out working and they're doing Herculean work right now, and I understand that. To me, we need to back up a little bit and figure out how this should have been dealt with, and if we don't want to do that, we need to change this code. And to me, it's going to set it up going forward in the future.
I would just like to chime in on that. One of the things that you did bring up, Supervisor Kearney, is our code and the disaster council. There was an MOU that was entered into in the 90s that specifically created the MAC. And within that MOU, it actually said that the MAC was to essentially take the place of the disaster council. And so that, since the 90s, has been in practice. The disaster council has been the MAC.
Is the MAC still meeting?
No, the MAC has not met. The MAC has been run by OES, the Sheriff's Office. Historically, they're the ones that convened it, and because technically a situation like this the MAC is run through the OES, and OES handles all of this. The MAC was shut down when the fire was fully contained, and I don't remember, it was last Friday or the Friday before, because it's all running together. So the MAC has been shut down. The Sheriff's Office basically handed off everything moving forward in recovery effort to the County Administrative Office. And we have been working with departments to move through recovery as they step back from that.
Well, it seems like, I mean, this is the first I've heard of the disaster council was today, and I'm looking at it right now, and I mean, we're still in a disaster, so if we don't have a MAC, then why aren't we doing this?
One of the things that I would certainly, this has been one area, as the board knows, I have regularly recommended that multiple areas of our code be updated to current practice. This code was drafted in 1975, and I do not know what happened in the early 90s, other than the MOU that was created to bring all of the affected agencies together. And should the code have been updated in the 90s to match what was in practice getting put into place in the 90s? Yes, I think that that's the way it should have been. But you know, hindsight is 2020. I don't know the intentions. I don't know what happened fully in the 90s. All that we know is what is current, and so staff has been making every effort to follow the MOU, use the MAC, use all of the resources that we have available to us, and follow what has historically been in practice in the county.
And just to follow up on that, with the last disaster, the MAC was ongoing right through all the appropriate claiming and working with Cal OES, working with the mutual aid groups, doing the claiming for that. But that was back, I think the last one was in the mid-2000s when the OES resided under the Sheriff's Office, and all of that was handled through that. Obviously, it wasn't to the magnitude of this current fire, and I don't believe the Sheriff's Office felt they had the resources to continue the MAC in handling all that we're dealing with today, and hence kind of turning that over to the admin office. Actually, there was some discussion just this past week about reconvening the MAC so that we were following the processes under the OEP and moving forward in the direction as we have in the past.
And I also wanted to clarify, the MAC did bring forward the EOP to the board back in 2010 or 2011, 2011. And the emergency operating plan is what was endorsed by the MAC and was brought to the board at that time, and the board adopted the emergency operating plan as of 2011. The EOP is what staff has been following, and that is where this diagram comes from. I know I forwarded the EOP to the board multiple weeks ago, and so it has been that plan, which was board approved and board endorsed in 2011, that staff has been following.
And I don't have a problem with their efforts. That's not the whole gist of what I'm getting at. I have a problem with the fact that the Board of Supervisors seem to have developed, there seems to be a little disconnect. Because if you listen to what all of them have, I want to say almost all of them, if I heard them all correctly, they can't answer questions that are being brought to them. And a once-a-week update or something of that nature, a newsletter to the supervisors, or a supervisor that's involved in it, you know, your staff meetings, so you have our influence. Because our dealings with the public are much different than, I mean, I can appreciate what Jeff's saying, and I can just imagine how his, you know, lobby looks with that many people at it, and the staffing he has, but you go grocery shopping on a Saturday in Marvell and you're me, and I got like 5 people asking me questions that I can't answer.
And Supervisor Kearney, later in this presentation, there is a slide to deal with communications with the board and with the public that I hope to have that discussion, because I know there has been concerns expressed about the board feeling that they are not getting the information in a timely manner. And so later on in the process, there is a point where we can, if you want, discuss in detail the board's expectations, how you want to, the board wants to deal with this. I can get into it now. We have a PIO that's pushing out information via Facebook, via our web pages, via trap lines, which I had never heard of, quite frankly, until last week, where somebody actually from the PIO's office goes out and posts it on all the bulletin boards and what have you around. We have been meeting, there's been a significant amount of meetings as we've tried to gear up and deal with this process over the last couple of weeks. We're now trying to reduce those number of meetings so that it provides staff more time to get the tasks done that they've been assigned. During that time, Brian has been sending out emails to the board to try and give that information, but obviously it's not the information that the board is looking for. So we can have some discussion of what the board's expectations are and how we can better meet those needs for communications, whether it's going back to weekly meetings so that we can give you updates from the departments every Tuesday, whether it's now that we're moving from a single meeting with Brian and Cal OES and FEMA on Mondays, and then the task force is meeting Tuesday and Wednesday, and redefining their tasks, to bringing back to the department head meeting where all of them come together to talk about what has been accomplished, what the tasks are for the coming week, et cetera, and then giving a significant briefing to the board via email with details on that meeting on Thursday night, or whether it's having a board member participate in those meetings. It really is up to the board and what their expectations are and the kind of information that they're looking for to come back to them so that they can answer those questions. But the one thing to remember is we have a lot of moving parts and a lot of information is changing sometimes very quickly, sometimes on a day-to-day basis. So information we give you on Thursday evening may change again on Friday. It really is a spoke with a wheel with many, many spokes. But we want to have that discussion so the board is comfortable with the information that they're getting and the level of information they're getting.
Yeah, I'll wait till it comes up.
Well, that was kind of the slide. But okay.
So my only expectation through this whole thing was that we follow the county code. That was mine. And so as board chair, I haven't been invited to any of these meetings, none. So I have an issue with that. I have an issue with the fact that I'm kind of a pushy guy to get everything that we can out of every resource that we can for our people here, because that's what we work for, our people here. And so I tend to ask questions that other people don't ask. And we find little things here and there that can help. But the pushback is, you know, somebody's going to get a little bit, I can only say butthurt, maybe, huh? Yeah, bent out of shape because of that. Well, you know what? Public don't think so, because we work for the public. So I'm not saying that there's not folks out here busting their butt. I know they are. A lot of people in the county are. Most of the people, everybody is. Everybody has the same concern, I'm sure. But when you start cutting out aggressive resources, like myself, which has been cut out of all of this process, by the way, for the past 2 weeks, then you are cutting out a resource that can work for the people of the county. And I don't appreciate that. So I know you've been having meetings weekly with FEMA and Cal OSHA, or Cal, which OES, EOS, OIA. There's a ton of acronyms. You know, I have my concerns about what we can and what we can't get. I don't understand any of it, and I should understand it. So, then the board has been kept in the dark because it doesn't disseminate. Personally, I would have set up something that the board could have been informed. Even on a daily basis is fine with me. Because these are really bright people here. They care about their constituents, and they want the best thing for their constituents. And each one of them has great ideas, and even that one idea could make a difference if it's brought out. So, status quo in a situation like this doesn't work for me. Not at all. And I tend to be a little bit creative when I get in a situation like this. And I don't mind doing that. So if the people don't like that, then they will not put me back in office again. But my goal is to make this thing move to work for the folks, for the people that pay our wages here. That's my goal. So, it says in that code that everybody seems to want to update, which I think actually is a very well thought out code, because the supervisors, all of us, are the conduit between the county staff, the sheriff's office, and the people. We are the conduit. We're the ones that talk to everybody. We know what the county needs, we know what the people need, and we know what the sheriff wants. And nobody in our government has that except us. We have that conduit. We are that conduit. So it's real. I think it's a very thought out and well published code. And if I didn't feel like I could handle the task, then it'd be my choice to pass it on to someone else, and I didn't do that. I didn't do that. So from this point forward, I would like to see us follow the county code. And if the board chooses not to do that, that's great. Then I can take it off my shoulders and give it to somebody else. But until then, that's the way it should be. And it's not staff, or it's not anybody else that'll take that away except for the Board of Supervisors. So, that's my take on it. Been kind of waiting for a couple hours to just let her rip like that. But, I think we all want the same thing here. And I don't know why we have to do this way. There are, is way easier, in my opinion, to all work together to try to get the best and quickest results that we can. These guys here want to go home. You know, I'm pretty sure. I want to take all the money I can from them, I'm pretty sure, or every resource that I can from them, and I think that's our job to do that. So how are we going to get it from them? That's the question. They're pretty darn good, and they're good at their jobs. They know these disasters more than anybody, more than us. But got to know what the questions to ask. There are people out there right now in the public that I've talked to hundreds. A lot of them don't want to talk to anybody right now. Nobody. They don't want to do anything except sit in a chair and veg because they are just traumatized. And I don't know how many of them folks are out there like that. I've seen quite a few of them. And I am, and so I would like to see more help for those types of folks because they don't know how to go to those two guys right there and ask them for the things that they need to ask them for. And I don't know if these folks here could actually communicate with them that well because they aren't local. They aren't the local folks that could help with that. So we have a lot of things going on at one time, and I believe that we could do a really good job for our community if we would just work together. Okay, is that it? You mean I got the last second of the disc? Jeez. Okay, good. So we're going to take a break.